Okay, let's turn some things on. Hey everybody. Howdy. Let me know if everything's working. I do this so seldom. I'm still making sure all the buttons have been pushed and all the things are working, and you can read chat, you can hear me, you can see me. Chatty chat. So, we'll hang tight while I verify that everything is working properly. I think it's working. My, maybe not. Dropped frames. No, not dropped frames. Why we got dropped frames? What the hell? I don't know why I got a drop frames notification. Let me know if things look or sound screwy. I think I had a similar issue previously with streaming to YouTube. I don't know what's causing it. We'll just go about our business, I guess. Alright, give me a moment. I just need to go through and send out a few notifications, all that good stuff. We'll send that one out via there. Then we'll send this one out over in this other place. It's time to tweet. I shall tweet. Alright, I feel good. I have tweeted. Okay. Yeah, I think we're good to go. Everything I can see says it's working fine. But do let me know if you encounter any issues with sound or video or any of that stuff, and we'll go from there. What are we? A couple minutes in? What do I do here on this YouTube stuff? How do I proceed? Do I say real gameplay starts at whatever for my Twitch audience? I don't know. How do I handle this? Did it send out? I'm assuming some kind of a notification went out on YouTube once the stream went live, or maybe even before that when the 12 o'clock rolled around. So, howdy everybody in chat. Names I don't recognize. Some I do, some I don't. If you're YouTube only, I probably don't. If you've got a different name from YouTube and Twitch, I probably won't. So, you know, I'm just gonna roll with it. I'm gonna pretty much not recognize most folks, I think. But, hi there, Fizz, Newbar, TV Go, Remulson, Suckit, One Fallen Warrior, Blowed Up, Pixney, James Hoyer, howdy. I'm joined off camera by my co-host, Zombie Dog. He's over there. There's a big old floor fan blowing right in his face. He's just got all of his little fur wafting backwards. No, don't come over here. There's nothing for you. We have no treat buttons on this one. Sorry. No, don't stand up. Dang it. I stared at him too long. That was not a summon, Zombie Dog. Go back to your fan, you silly. Just sort of showed up on your front page with no real notification. Yeah, I don't know how that part works. I don't know how the viewer side of it works. Alright, there. You got your ears scratched. Good. Now go lie down by the fan again. Okay. For anybody not knowing what I'm talking about. Whoops. Oh, really? Oh, that's interesting. That button's not supposed to be doing that. I guess I need to press the other button. Of course, I think my face is right over top of it. Yeah, that's Zombie Dog. You know who Zombie Dog is. He's warming my left elbow with his panting right now. Go back to the fan, you silly. Okay. Only watch the YouTube videos, but do that plenty. Cool, that works as well. It's good to have multiple locations or outlets. What shall we talk about first? So, I'm going to wait a little bit before we get into... see, I just got another notification. More drop frames! Why are you dropping frames? Why, game? Why? There's no way I'm stressing the system out. I don't know what YouTube's issue is. Actually, it shouldn't be a YouTube issue if I'm getting frame drop notifications on my recording software. I don't know. Well, if it gets bothersome, let me know. Let's see. So, where are we? Oh, yeah. I know where we are. This is my test character, by the way. he's a heavily used and abused character, my test character. I have him up pretty much all day long. He's logged in 24 hours a day, so I can use him and abuse him, so I can correctly, hopefully, answer questions for folks on, you know, YouTube comments and Reddit and Discord and so on. I just jump into my test world real quick, put him through his paces, and double check my info before I open my big mouth and try to provide answers. No, zombie dog. Go that way. Alright. I have no idea who's going to show up, how many are going to show up, if anybody, other than you fine folks, are going to show up. So I'm going to wait a little longer. Mostly today is just going to be, you know, me playing a little bit of Cataclysm, a little bit of Zomboid, and answering questions, doing demonstrations in-game, all that kind of stuff. It'll be a low-key affair of celebration. The plan... I'll talk about the plans later. I got stuff I need to talk about, but we'll get to that later. What to do in the meantime? Here's what we'll do in the meantime. If anybody has questions about Cataclysm, maybe Zomboid, I can sort of answer some questions about Zomboid, but mostly Cataclysm. If you have any questions, let me know. I'll be happy to answer questions, give you thoughts, give you opinions. Answers are free. Correct answers cost duct tape. Thank you much. Thank you much for the various grats. First of many goals, hopefully. I remember way back when I first started, 100 was my goal. I think it went 100, 1,000. I kind of sort of half shrugged at 5,000, so I think it was really 1,000 to 10,000. I haven't really done much in the way of marking important benchmarks and events. I always feel like I'm still brand new doing it, and it just doesn't feel like, you know, a big deal when some of these numbers roll around. So, flashbacks of tripods, fire traveling through glass. Yeah, my understanding was it depends on the caliber of bullet. Some of them can penetrate the glass, but they do less damage. These ones, it's harder for me to tell because I got debug options on, making me invincible and so on. But they are shooting at me, and the messages are saying that the glass is actually absorbing the shots. So, oh, nope, that one got through. That one reflected off. So, yeah, sometimes they go through, sometimes they don't. But the energy of the round is diminished. So, some weapons, like a 9mm, probably won't penetrate, but heavier rounds will penetrate. So, it's not an all-or-nothing kind of thing. So, yeah, the rounds will pass through depending on what's shooting and all that kind of stuff. But damage is lessened if it can penetrate it. But it's not 100%. So there you go. That would be these robots firing through the glass to be able to hit me. Is it still possible to find classic labs underground? Yes, it is. I will show you. So this is a central lab complex that I'm in the middle of right now. But I stare at maps a lot. I am every day, constantly during the day, checking maps and answering questions and so on. So I'm seeing these things just hugely often. So here's the new style lab, the Transcoast Logistics Facility. These are intended to eventually replace the old traditional classic labs. So you can see we've got a level there, we've got a level there, we've got a level there, we've got a level there. I guess it stops somewhere around there. But the intent is, they're called modular labs, and the intent is for them to eventually replace the old style labs. But if we go underground and we see a lab that is not the super lab, the central lab complex, and it's not perfectly square, so like this is the old style science lab, because it's not a perfect square or rectangle, and it's not the supersized one. So, apparently we have a house basement access under one of these houses. There's a basement with a science lab access. So if we pop down to this level, I'm just going to guesstimate. It's not one of these. Not one of those. It can be hard to tell where because the lab sprawls out a bit. Map. Maybe it's this one over here. Did it teleport long range? Yep, here's the one. There it is right there. Short range teleport. Hey, that's not where I wanted to go. Back up here. Alright, so if we go upstairs, like I said, there's the house. There's only 2 designs of house that have a possibility of a science lab basement. This is one of the designs. You got this little push out in front, and then you've got an attached garage on the other side. Otherwise, it's a perfect rectangle. So this one I can usually remember, and I go check. There's one other house design that'll do it. I think it's, I forget now, 51 and 52, 31, 32. I think it's 31, 32 for the house numbers, but it is possible. So yeah, you can do it. But that's one way. That's the science lab access point. And there are the normal labs as well, not just the science labs. Teleport long range. So they are much more rare than they used to be. They radically reduce the frequency. There's one right there. Science lab. If it says science lab on the overworld map, by the way, it is the old style. If it just says lab, that's the new, smaller style, the square version that you get via subways usually. But yeah, so they're still there. They're just way rarer than they used to be. How many subs did I have before playing Cataclysm? Well, my very first video on the channel was Cataclysm tutorial episode number 1. So there was not a before Cataclysm. What resolution do you play Zomboid on? I pretty much play everything on 1440p. And then in my streaming software, I adjust the ratio down to 1080p for streaming outwards to you guys. But my actual play resolution is always 1440p, unless there's some really weird reason why I can't do that. And all I did was increase the font size in-game. There's an in-game option to increase the font size. You know, I did a super low hit point character. Ever done a super slow character before? Yeah, I've done that before. I've also done super fast enemies before. I mean, there's not too many variations I haven't done by this point, but there's also so many challenges, I largely have forgotten most of them. Last time I checked, we were just about to hit triple digits on the number of Cataclysm challenge runs that I've done, so they blend together immediately. I don't have the memory capacity anymore. I'm lucky to remember last week's episode, much less 10 challenges ago or anything like that, so... Are what fine for mutation runs? I'm not sure what you're asking there, Rim. How to do mutation runs easily? You don't. Mutations in cybernetics have gotten way, way harder than they used to be. There is no easy way to do them nowadays. The Vorpal effect, I haven't personally gotten the Vorpal weapon effect forever, mostly due to my not doing NPC stuff, so I don't get the NPC quest for the Jabberwocky and all that stuff, so I don't really care. But it's possible it's still in the game. I don't know. I haven't looked or tested that kind of thing in forever. Now, I've never done super fast zombies, slow character, least health. I'm not interested in guaranteed, absolute, instant destruction gameplay. There's no point to that. There's no point to that. So, I like a challenge. I like to try to exert some kind of control over the situation and have an option of surviving, a hope of surviving. So, I mean, playing bare naked in a winter wonderland with super fast zombies, with I mean, you just keep stacking on the ridiculousness, and there's no challenge there. It's just you die. I don't like it the other way either. I don't like it too easy on the other side, but it's kind of tough sometimes. You got to really... It's hard to identify what you can change to give a challenge, but not make it ridiculously one side or the other of the line. So sometimes I make it, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I think I've got it dialed in, and it just turns into either a cakewalk or a slaughter fest. It's kind of hard, but I mean, everybody plays the game differently. Everybody has their own idea of fun and how they want to go about things. So my goal is just to make sure people are aware of all the tools and options they have available to them to configure the game to their own enjoyment. So I just get so angry and so frustrated when newer players are asking on Discord or Reddit or whatever about save scumming or about turning down the speed of the zombies or turning down the toughness or so on, and then they get dogpiled by experts and knowledgeable people and rules lawyers that just all give them grief and hassles and, oh, you should play it this way or it's meant to be played that way. Bullcrap. It's a single player game. There's no leaderboards. There's no competition between players. There's no Cataclysm Olympic committee handing down rules from on high on thou shalt play it within these frame parameters of gameplay. Play it how you want it. You want to save scum, save scum. You want to make it easier, whatever. Do what you want. My goal is just to make sure you know all the tools and options you have so that you can do that. You can play it however you want. Let me teleport out of where I'm at currently. I don't want to listen to this heartbeat, and I'm sure you don't either. So let's go somewhere a little less hostile. All right. There, much better graphic for you. Me in my clown suit. Just Vormithrax in a clown suit standing in a field. That is some quality entertainment right there. Okay, next one up was Yeah, the science lab start will still put you in a science lab, but it could be a one-floor lab with not a single one of the tools that you need to make mutagens, and no recipe books to make the mutagens you want, and so on. And then, if you don't get that from the first science lab, good luck finding a second science lab. Unless you're playing a character for years, my feeling of scale is totally different than a lot of you guys' feeling of scale. I'm in and out of challenges usually before summer day one. So, I mean, by that point, I've already accomplished everything I need or want to accomplish, and I'm already rolling around as whatever strength guy I want to particularly be, generally. So I tend to keep my challenges more short-term affairs, so I'm not in a game world for a year where I can just drive and find science labs. The newer science labs you can get mutagens, you can get some of the tools, but the time and the danger level is way, way higher than it used to be. So if you have to go to multiple locations, your best bet is hoping and praying you get a research facility start. That way you've got the full lab below it and the research facility above it, and you got a fair chance of getting what you need to do a fairly decent mutation run fairly early. Used to be way easier, but it's pretty tough now. Can you share your thoughts on the direction CDA game design is taking? Not really. I get asked this question quite often, and my comment is usually no comment. I just don't care. I don't honestly care. People get all bent out of shape about the changes the game has made and what they considered fun is gone and realism is the enemy of gameplay and all that kind of stuff. It doesn't bother me. I personally, I don't care. I made a conscious decision long ago to stay completely out of the game design side. I play the game. I demonstrate what I think are failings or things I think that should be improved. Sometimes they get fixed. Sometimes they don't. I'm fine with it either way. I just honestly don't care. I've got 4,000 hours into the current game. I've played it back in the Wild Woolly days when we had all of the fun stuff, quote unquote, all the crazy shenanigans we could get up to with our super mutant, mechanoid, cyborg, mega warrior striding the apocalypse, slaying hundreds of zombies with a blow. I've had that gameplay already. I've been with it through the entire slant down to a more realistic bent. I'm fine with it. I understand why they're doing it. I understand what the intent is. But I stay away from the whole, I wish they would have done that, or I wish they would have done this, or so on. So I just leave them to do what they're doing. They've already given me a game that I've had a shameless amount of hours played in, and they've got a big old helping of goodwill. in picking the direction it's going to continue from there. Has there been any changes to relics? Can they still randomly kill you? Again, I couldn't tell you because I avoid the things like the plague. I just don't do that. I don't do random death. Thank you very much. My damn challenges are hard enough. I don't need to activate an artifact, have a meteor storm demolish my vehicle, make it explode, and then blow me backwards and nearly kill me. Yes, I have a video of that happening. No, I'm not going to do it again. I think that might have been the last time I ever fiddled with artifacts. I do it so rarely, and it's such a goofy system. It's been begging for change for forever, and why we have magic in the normal Cataclysm game still, I don't know. I mean, we have Magicalism now, which is great. Magicalism's awesome. I don't particularly play it myself any longer, but it's a great addition to the gameplay as a mod. But yeah, artifacts are always kind of silly in general and in effect. But I haven't touched one in literally years. I don't even think, where can you even get artifacts nowadays? Do the strange temples still have artifacts? I have not seen an artifact laying on the ground at like a portal site in forever. Used to be you could just drive around and you'd see an artifact on the ground with like a meteor crater or whatever. I haven't seen one of those in forever, so I think those are gone. Strange Temple's the only other place I can think of where you can get artifacts. Can you still get them in... Is there a mine... Oh god, mine finales? I don't think they're in mine finales either. So yeah, if somebody knows for sure where artifacts are nowadays, I think Strange Temples might be the only one, and I haven't seen a Strange Temple in quite a while either. Howdy everybody else that is piling in and offering congrats. Thank you very much. And yay us. It's not me, it's you guys. You guys got us here. It's the channel that Cataclysm built, so I claim very little of that credit. I just been slugging away at it nonstop for 4 years. Hard to catch you live here in Europe. Yeah, I understand, I realize. I originally was intending to try to spread my hours out a bit, but, you know, real world intrudes. I've only got so many hours I can commit. And, unfortunately, trying to spread my hours across the various time zones can be rough. So I lost that fight a while back. So I do appreciate any early or late folks, wherever you're at, that managed to catch some of the live streams. Wanted to ask for some time, will you do Central Lab or did you do one recently? I have not done one recently, meaning like in the last 10 or 15 challenges. I forget exactly when I did the last one. I have issues with the Central Labs in that they're so big, it takes an obscene amount of time to go through those things. I mean, not joking. It's just, they're so huge. I showed one just a little bit ago. If you don't know what a Central Lab Complex is, they've been in game for a long time. It's this thing right here. This is a Central Lab Complex. This is just floor 3. So floor 1, there's an entrance in the forest here. There's a little sewer grate, a manhole cover that you open, and you can go down into the lab. This is the tunnel, the access shaft. This floor is always exactly the same. This is a set floor plan for the Central Lab. And then when you go down from there, it randomizes. And it's massively randomized, and you can have up to, on average, it's about 5 to 8 finales in a Central Lab Complex. So it just goes down, there's one finale. And it goes down, there's a second finale. And it goes down, there's a third finale, and a fourth finale, and a fifth finale. And it goes down... and down, and down. There's a sixth finale. And down, and we're at number 10. Neg 10 with a 7th finale. So, yeah, it just takes an obscene amount of time. And you notice you've got separated sections. So you end up going down one, hit a dead end, then you have to go back up several levels, go out to other stairs to find an access point to these other areas that you don't even know about. I mean, this is a revealed map, so... it takes an insane amount of time, and you better bring like a whole lot of cargo spaces and have a lot of time allocated to drag stuff out of there. They're also harder than standard old-style labs because they're completely lit. It's lights everywhere. You can't hide in the dark anywhere. They have a lot more of the skitterbot, manhack type enemies, a lot more bio-operators. I've had them occasionally filled with shoggoths. it's harder and it's just massive. So, yeah. That is the Transcoast Logistics. So this is the replacement for the old style labs. It's a work in progress. They're called modular labs. It's a new way of developing the labs, and it's brand new. It's just been in for a couple of weeks. So it's going to be a while. Don't worry. The old style labs are going to be here for a while, but the way the old ones are built, they have issues with a few things, and they can't fix them simply. So they're looking at just changing the whole system. But it's chock full of baddies. I mean, we got robots, we got electronic stuff, and it also, spoiler alert, it also goes down and down and down and down and down. So I have not yet been into one. The goal of the current challenge is to get into one, but it's going to take me, it's going to be later in the challenge before I go to there. So yeah. Research facilities are fun these days. Yeah, I like research facilities. I didn't like them initially. They're okay now. They're dangerous enough now. I didn't like them initially because they just weren't dangerous enough. I think they're dangerous enough now. Such a game, you can't use old bills to play the game how you want. Oh wait, you can. Okay. Hey there, Xanon. Sarcasm. I didn't catch the sarcasm until too late. Changelog said you can randomly find them again? Huh, alright. I haven't seen any yet. Anyone play CDDA in pure ASCII? There are people that do so. I am not one of those people. More power to you. I got enough ASCII playing computer games back in the 1970s. I don't need to carry it across to the current century. Any tips on how you tackle labs in general for what you want? I've got videos for that. The biggest thing for labs, they're actually easier than they used to be. The science labs, I'm talking the old style labs, they're easier than they used to be just because we don't have randomized turrets anymore. There's more food in them. There's more resources. It's harder to starve or dehydrate or any of that kind of stuff. The enemies are more predictable and are more concentrated in specific places. And, yeah, but tips on how you tackle them. There's only a few things that should cause a problem if you encounter them, and the answer to those is slime pit, slime pit, slime pit. Find a Hulk, walk him into a slime pit. Find a Shoggoth, walk him into a slime pit. Find a Skelljug, walk him into a slime pit. Your troubles are over. Then all you have to do is just chop up a blob. So, slime pit, slime pit, slime pit. Lesser things like standard zombies, you walk onto the dissectors, and then you can collect the gear. But the bigger stuff, just walk them onto a slime pit. Congrats on the headphones. I've had the headphones for a while now. A year and a half? I forget how long. They are awesome headphones. Awesome headphones. Love these headphones. They are awesome. They're listed in my gear on... I don't know if I have that list available through here. They're listed on my Twitch page as part of my streaming gear. But, yeah, they're awesome. Still feel and sound as good as previously. The feel was the important thing to me because, I mean, I'm wearing them for 10, 12 hours at a time sometimes. Probably per day I have them on 12 to 16 hours. Is there any way to easily identify the manhole cover for Central Labs without the reveal map stuff? There is not. There is a trick to it, but it's still tough. It's very tough to purposely go look for one. So... Alright, let's do it in reverse. So it's easiest to do this in reverse. We'll teleport to here. Oops. Teleport long range down. So there's the stair access. This is just for demonstration purposes. This is obviously not how you're going to do it in your actual game. But there you go. It's right there. See? It's obvious. It's completely obvious. Easy to find. How could you possibly miss that? So, the thing is... And it's different per tile set, because it depends on the tree graphics. But you can just see the manhole cover right there. The center space is a manhole cover. To the north, south, east, and west, there is a tree. And with this particular graphics pack's trees, it almost completely covers up the manhole cover. But you kind of look for this arrangement. So you come to an area that you can see where we're at. There's the access point right there. But you come to an area, it's got to be a forest tile. That's the only place it'll spawn. It only spawns in a forest tile. But I mean, if it had spawned deep in here, good luck. You're going to be searching for a very long time trying to find it. But depending on your tile set, it may be easier to find. There are some tricks to doing it that, what was it called? The code values or whatever. But yeah, it's difficult. Sometimes there'll be a subway access point you can get to it through from the subways. Not all of the time. Like this one has no subway access point. Oh, never mind. It does have a subway access point. So floor 4, we do have subway access. Does it actually connect in anywhere? Does it say depot on any of these, or does it just go around it? I think it's... Well, yeah, it's got connections. There's the depot. So subway access is probably the way most people are finding it nowadays. It's really hard to find this thing. If we deconstruct... Oh, let's see. Yeah, I need something I can actually activate. Come here, wood axe. Activate wood axe. Chop down a tree. Ignore. Go away, tree. That way. There it is. Hey, I took out the other tree with the one tree. Well, that was convenient. So there you go. There's the access. There's really no trick to it. You just got to go looking for the little cluster of trees, the little diamond pattern of trees. So there's not any other diamond pattern that's that north, south, east, west exactly on any of this other stuff. So you just kind of cruise through the forest looking for that pattern. Catching up. Chat. Yeah, the Shift A and the green F turning into the star. I forget. I was trying to remember what they call that. That's the map key function or something. I forget. It's technically a cheat. So I mean, if you want to cheat your way to it, just reveal your map and teleport there. But yes, it is possible to do such a thing. There's a few other things that can help you find special things with, but it's a cheat. So use it, don't use it, whatever. AVAC would play in pure ASCII if Retro Days didn't exist. I can see that. Retro Days looks cool. I just can't bring myself to use it for some reason. AVAC still dabbles in CDDA. Yeah, he jumps in on occasion. Never walked into slime itself. It does not. The slime pit, it just gives you a slimed effect that slows you down for a bit. And it wears off in a short period of time. But it does not actually kill you. You don't have a problem walking into it other than just the negative effect that you're going to get. It'll tell you in your character screen here. It'll show you a... I forget what it's called. Slimed or something. And it has an effect of slowing you down and some other stuff. But it wears off pretty quickly. But it will instantly kill any enemy that steps on it. I have never found something that will not turn into a slime that steps on that space. I mean, if it's a flying thing, maybe. And I don't think it affects, actually, robots. Can't remember the last time I tried it on one of those. But, I mean, I very commonly, as the regular viewers of my Science Lab runs will attest, I've led Hulks and Juggernauts and Shoggoths and so on into them. And instant kill. Or instant conversion, I guess, is the thing to call it. Pros, cons of an in-browser client for Cataclysm DDDA? I have no comment. Not something I've ever considered. I don't know if it would be possible, given memory constraints and such. Oh, the tile set haters. Oh, such valuable contributors. Gotta love them. Tomato died to a turret in a lab. If you turned a corner and got shot, he's either playing an old version, or he wandered into the finale room, or he went up the stairs into the exit hallway. Those are the only places you can get shot by turrets nowadays, just by walking somewhere. You have to put effort into getting shot by a turret in an armory. So, Depends on how long ago Tomato was doing that run and which version he was playing. But it's fairly hard to get shot by a turret in labs nowadays, once you're at all familiar with how they're set up. You got the exit hallway turret, you got the finale room turrets, and that's really it. Other than that, you got to work hard to get shot. What particular type of tree is that? I don't know. What do they call it? That's an oak tree. Good old oak trees. I don't know if the tree type is consistent. I mean, I'm using the different tile set now, so I'm somewhat unfamiliar with some of the views. I don't remember if the previous ones, maps that I had seen were always the same exact kind of tree, regardless of positioning. But I think it just picked this existing tile set to drop this into. But I'm guessing. I don't know exactly how they build the lab access point. It's always on the edge most forest tile? I don't believe that. I can't specifically remember or prove that that's not true. We'd have to go find a few more, but if that's true, that would have to be... I won't say it has to be a newer incarnation. We'll have to go to another teleport long range. Let's go to go down to this overmap section. Gozu! Oh, we're seeing below ground. I forgot. I've got super clairvoyance debug turned on, so our character is seeing through multiple Z levels. So if we pop down now, let's pop down to this floor. Yeah, floor 2. Let's see if we can find a central lab complex on this overworld map section. Lots of the other new ones. Usually there's one central complex per overworld map section. And if you don't know what that is, basically when I say to reveal the map, what it reveals, that's an overworld map section. It's fairly big. I am not seeing a central lab complex on this one. However, maybe it's true. I can't prove or disprove it, but I am pretty sure, I've never heard that the central lab is always going to have the exit point on the outer edge. You think auto note is neat? I've disabled it. I stopped using auto notes quite a while back, but that's my own choice. As I said, I don't care how you guys play the game as long as you know what your options are and know what you're changing and why you're changing it and so on. So personally, I turned off all the auto note stuff quite a long time ago. I just have issues with it making things a little too easy and showing me information that I wouldn't otherwise be able to see if I were actually the character in that place. But yeah, go crazy. If you like auto notes, feel free. Vorm live on YouTube, question mark? You're chatting, so why is that a question mark? It's an obvious thing. Yes, Vorm is live on YouTube. We're doing a 10K subscriber YouTube live stream. Congratulations, celebration, yay, yay, us stream. Pretty soon here I'll start actually, you know, playing the game or something. Right now we're kind of just in chat mode and explanation mode. I'm going to stream quite a bit today as long as you guys want to see me yakking away on the internet here on the YouTubes. We'll do that. My plan is to play a little bit of Cataclysm and switch over to Project Zomboid in a bit and attempt the CD Space DA challenge. It's an homage to Cataclysm in Project Zomboid, where I will die horribly. What does auto notes actually do? It gives you notes on your map when you're near something. So I can show you. Options. Auto notes. True. We'll just do map extras. So if I open my map, and I'm going to need to teleport around a bit. I'm not sure when I'm going to see a note. I might need to drive around a bit. It just... You'll get little messages on the map that will tell you, like, there's a body site nearby, like a soldier body site, or, hey, there we go. There's a dead vegetation point. Dead vegetation is here. Does it just blink? What is it? Yeah, it's blinking the F there. It's been so long, I don't know if they've changed how it's actually used or how it displays the information. So, yeah, we've gotten close, we've encountered something, so now it's flashing to let me know. Now, that's not a particularly interesting one, but there are lots of others. So, it's done with proximity. I think it's just with, as long as it's within your reality bubble. So, if I was walking along this forest edge, for example, there could be a body site back in the forest over here. And even though I couldn't see any of the items and I couldn't see any of the bodies and so on, the auto notes would trigger and I would know there's something over there. So I wouldn't normally be able to see it or know there's anything back there, but with auto notes it would say, hey, there's something over here, and you could go over and look at it. Do I need to shift L? Do I not have the notes turned on? List notes. There we go. List notes. Center on note, edit note, mark as dangerous, delete note, close window, distance 7. Yeah. So I'd have to actually move around in order to generate more notes for me to check. But that's what it does. It notifies you of various things. It's usually sites, the randomized sites that, the body sites are the one I commonly remember, but there's other ones that show up. And that's what's going on. Square Labs have one turret. They're somewhat variable now. They're not all the exact same design, so you have to be careful with statements like that. I mean, that is one of the Square Labs, and that is one of the Square Labs. And if we go down, notice this one's going down a little further, and it has another level, and then it goes down further, and it ends there. But they're not all exactly the same. But the standard version of the truly square one generally will have the one turret. It's kind of tucked back around the corner, at least from the ones I had originally went and looked at. Oh yeah, I can't search that way. That's fine. But yeah, you get the idea. Now I've got super clairvoyance turned on. That's why we can see everything. So they're coming to get me. But there's all sorts of stuff. Lab analysis kit. Chemistry set. Separation funnel. Microcentrifuge. So these are all tools needed for mutations. So you can get them here. They're just way harder to get. Way more dangerous. Alright, let's get out of here so I don't have to listen to that heartbeat noise some more. I think the next level of difficulty for CDA is real-time auto-turn. Well, that would be the, did they turn that off? Yeah, there's real-time turn progression. Long ago, I did some streams for real-time turn progression. If enabled, monsters will take periodic gameplay turns. Its value is delay between each turn in seconds. Basically, time keeps rolling. Monsters keep moving. I think they changed it so that you can't just jump into a menu. Back when I last did it, I could just open my character screen and the game would halt. No time would occur. Or I could open my crafting screen. Any other screen I opened would basically pause the game world. So I think they might have changed that so it doesn't do that anymore. But it's been forever since I looked at it. I don't consider it a particularly interesting thing to do for a game like Cataclysm. It wasn't really designed or intended to be played in that kind of a mode. Do you ever see yourself getting tired of CDA and stop playing it? Not really. I've learned over time. I mean, if that were going to happen, it would have happened thousands of hours ago. I'm somewhere around 4,000 hours played at this point. Last time I looked, I know I was over 3,000 hours just uploaded to YouTube alone. So no, I figured out a couple years back that I would have to ration myself to save my sanity and to make sure I didn't totally burn myself out. So I restrict my Cataclysm live stream play to the 2 days I've got. Monday and Friday, 4-hour streams for each. And that keeps me sane, keeps me from total burnout, and changes come often enough that it keeps me engaged and entertained. So I don't see myself ever completely stopping playing Cataclysm. Content may taper off one more degree at some point, possibly, but no point real soon. Happy 10,000 subs, Vorm. Thank you very much. And to everybody else, dropping thanks and congrats. Greatly appreciated. Would you say modular labs are harder or easier? I have no idea. I have not been into one yet, other than teleporting around like you're seeing me do right now. One of the primary goals of the current challenge that is on Twitch and YouTube is getting into those brand new things. They're brand new. They got added like last week, so I've only had a couple of live streams since then. So we'll get into them. They're pretty tough though. I don't know if the bookmobile run is the appropriate one to try to breach those things. Did you see what was in there? My trucker librarian is going to have a rough time trying to go into one of those places. I don't know if he's the right guy for that job. We'll try it though. We'll make that, if nothing else, if we succeed at the challenge, that's where I'll go to finish the run. Did you get super lucky finding both fractional distillation apparatus and basic lab analysis kit in one basement lab? No. That's pretty good. Depends really on how deep the lab was. I mean, was it a 6-level sprawling affair with 5 different autodoc rooms and 10 different chemistry specialist rooms and so on? It really depends on how your lab generated. There's a lot of variance there. How maps work? You need to use them in the area where you find them, or you wouldn't spot new POI. Maps are tied to the location where you find them. That was not always true. Back in the past, you could hoard maps, travel, get to a completely new area. So you traveled a bunch, you're in a completely new area, then you would activate the map, and it would map the area where you were standing. So it would be a radius outwards from the point you were standing. Now they're generally tied to a town. So it'll say map of New York, and it'll only give you the area around that location. Doesn't matter how long you hold it or where else you travel. If you activate it, it's only going to show the location where the map was generated for. Considering continuing or restarting quick tip videos. I haven't added one in a while. I've been maintaining my list. I've been adding to the list and adding to the list. I've just been distracted by some other things. There will be more quick tip videos. I have other things that are in front of those. One particular important one that I'm going to talk about here in a bit. But yes, there will be more quick tip videos. The game keeps changing, and I'll keep doing those. And yes, there will be more Vorm is an Idiot. Here's video proof. Those are called the quick slip videos. If you haven't seen those, feel free to go check them out. All sorts of awesome examples of me being a dumbass and doing stupid things and getting paid. Getting shot in the face and killed and all sorts of stuff. Hey there, Zerek Gaming. Thanks very much for the donation. Can't watch this live. Have something to do in 11 minutes. That's very precise of you. Here's the 90,000 more. Love to listen to your playlist as I try to sleep. Oh, the good old Vormy voice sleep inducing. Got a patent to the old Vormy voice sleep induction system. Not the first time I've been told that I am conducive to putting people to sleep. Hopefully just figuratively, not literally. But yeah, who knows? But again, thanks very much. Appreciate that. Good luck on whatever you're doing in 11 minutes. That lab I was talking about earlier, 3 levels deep, 2 autotox, fairly small. Yeah, 3 is acceptable. 3 is about as many as I would hope for at a minimum. If I'm going into one, I'll commonly mention, God, I hope this is a 5-level deep lab, not a 1-level lab where I walk down the stairs directly into the finale room. Boy, was that fun. Crossed that one off my bucket list. Finally had it happen. Didn't think it was possible. Finally happened. I forget what anybody remember what series that was in? I hope it's appeared on. Yeah, it had to have appeared on YouTube. I'm on current stuff. So, yeah, that was great. That was awesome. Walked into the lab, got all excited, stepped down the stairs. Look, turrets. Oh my God, it's the finale room. Only one time out of, I don't know how many labs I've been into by this point with all of the challenges I've done and all the play I've done. That's the one and only time I've had the finale room be the one directly under the stairs. Thanks for the bunch about the mechanic of maps. Yeah, it's kind of an obscure thing, the map behavior. That'd be a tough one to search. The kinds of words you'd have to search for would get you all sorts of unrelated results. Under radar likes number 27. Remember, kids, when the pin is pulled, Mr. Hand Grenade is no longer our friend. Yeah, that's a classic quick slip, all right. Still pertinent. Well, not quite as pertinent today, because in the past, you could activate a grenade anywhere in your inventory. So I would try to activate, like, my matches or a lighter or something, and I'd be moving too fast, and I'd arrow key down one too far or not far enough. I'd hit enter or activate or whatever menu I was on, and I would accidentally turn or pull the pin on a grenade. And then it was a scramble to, get rid of the grenade before it went off in my backpack. You can't do that anymore. They actually changed things so that you have to be actively wielding a grenade in your hand before they allow you to activate it. So you can't quite do as many quick slippy type things with grenades that you could back in the glory days. So they've safed it up a little bit, make it so that doesn't happen as much. Well, the main battle tank versus Scooter, that's just, that's classic comedy right there. That was comedy gold. Isn't that the number one quick slip? I think that's the number one. About to give up on CDDA when you saw the quick tip number one, the Trinity of Tools, that's no longer correct. I believe that is no longer exactly correct either. The recipes have changed, or I think the makeshift crowbar is one of those, and it lost its utility with prying open doors and windows. It's hard to keep anything current in this game. It's devilishly hard. Nobody has any current information for any length of time. Doesn't matter. Me, Wiki, Reddit, anybody. I mean, anything you make for the game goes out of date fairly quickly. So I made peace with that long ago. Yeah, the grenade thing was fun, but if we go even further back, I don't remember exactly when that was placed in my Cataclysm live stream history. But if we go back, I think a little further than that one, we have several examples of me prior to having the fire, the wood. Oh, God dang it! What's it called? For some reason, my brain is the firewood source. Prior with the mark firewood source option, I would have my pile of crap on the ground. I would have my campfire next to it. I would go to light my campfire, and I would accidentally light my pile of crap. And the pile of crap contained, minor things like ammo and grenades, and it would instantly explode and kill me. So we have several video examples of that hilarity, of a run ending because I accidentally set fire to my stockpile, and it immediately exploded and, shredified poor Vormithrax. So that happens a lot less nowadays because we have the firewood source thing, and all you have to do is examine your fire, and it magically lights up and pulls firewood over. You don't have to manually activate a light source like matches or anything and then accidentally set the wrong thing on fire. So another example of, the glory days where it was the wild woolly west. Good times, but they safed up that kind of thing as well. Okay, let me I got a few notifications I need to go look at real quick, so let me do that real fast. Nope, don't need to know about that one. Let's see. Oh, good news, by the way. I forgot, or I didn't forget, but I was going to mention one of the items on my wish list is coming true. It's being changed now so that the tile set you choose for your game graphics is being separated from the tile set used for the map. So you'll be able to mix and match going forward. So if I really don't like the graphical overmap for this particular tile set, so if Chibi Ultica, which is what I'm using currently, if I turn the other map option on, if I don't like this, but I like the Retro Days version better, then I can grab the Retro Days map, but use the Chibi Ultica graphics. I don't know for sure Retro Days is compatible, but you know, you get what I'm saying. You'll be able to mix and match between maps and the main tile set graphics. So I've mentioned it a few times in the past as a hoped for, wished for kind of an item or circumstance, and it's coming true. They're going to be separate, so you can pick individually which map graphics you'd like versus which tile set graphics you'd like. Unfortunately, all of them are pretty much on my I'm not fond of list for the tile sets for the graphics map because of the loss of information. I'm having a really hard time adjusting to the ease of reference and the instant recognition of all the buildings with this version of the map. I just lose too much information when I switch to the graphics versions. All of them. I haven't seen one yet that I think I could, over time, get used to and have anywhere near as easy a time identifying various buildings. So, but we'll see. It's a good option. I like options for the player base so they can make their own choices and what they're going to do and how they're going to do it. Number 1 was Ammo Ambush. Oh, that's right. That was the unloading the belt of ammo and not getting any warnings or messages about approaching zombies, and they just eat me very quickly in fast forward mode. That was a good time. I'm usually laughing when that kind of stuff happens. That's the way I roll nowadays. I long ago, after I don't know, my 300th or 400th gravestone, decided it's all fun, it's all funny, with the exception of me driving nonstop for a dozen hours of real world time and not finding what I need in the map gen. Map gen can go screw itself. I hate that guy. Hey there, Horseteeth Modano. You're very welcome. Glad you've enjoyed the content. Glad you're able to show up live. I'm not live on YouTube as much, or nearly never. I am changing that. We're going to be doing more YouTube-specific stuff, more YouTube-centered content, both in the live stream and the pre-recorded stuff. So we'll, again, get into a little bit more of that later. How much I want to talk about now, I'm not sure. We'll see. But, yeah, you can look forward to more stuff. Time to make an ASCII tile set for Vorm. Yeah, maybe? Would that be necessary? See, the plan originally, my understanding of the original plan was ASCII map, what we've been using for years. Then added the graphical overmap, making ASCII default with the graphical overmap as one you could toggle over to. Then they were going to switch those two, or are going to switch those two, where the graphical overmap will be the default, and the ASCII will be the one that you can toggle over to. And then I'm assuming eventually it would be just turn off the ASCII option. I don't know 100% for certain that will occur or when it will occur, but I had made that assumption. I'm hoping it never happens, because, like I said, old schoolers like me with multiple thousands of hours, I can read this instantly. I know what everything is, I know what it represents, and I can very, very quickly evaluate whether I'm interested in visiting a city or not. Whereas with the other map version, it's just so hard. It's so hard. Scroll all the way in, stare at little tiny 1 and 2 pixel differences in various buildings to try to figure out what they are. Yeah, we'll see. That's going to be very much a work in progress to see if we can get through that. Have you ever thought of making your own tile set for CDDA? Oh, absolutely not. I have no artistic talent in that way whatsoever. None at all. I make no bones about it. I have not a single artistic bone in my body in regards to drawing, animation, any of that kind of stuff. I leave that up to other more creative folks. Now, if it's straight line, like architectural design, things like that, no problem. But yeah, I have no ability in that direction. What I will do instead is trust the abilities of other folks more inclined in that direction. I'll make requests, and if people feel like filling those requests, great. If not, oh well. But no, that's never going to happen. I'm halfway decent at playing video games because I've been doing it for a very long time, and I've got a fairly strong speaking voice and capable vocabulary. And I will leverage those skills. Those I have confidence in and I know I'm good at, but I'll leave the creative stuff on that end to other folks. Your initial tutorial series is still the best? Really least worst? Want to start learning Cataclysm? Yeah, I'm going to address that. I'll address it in short right now. I am working on an updated tutorial series. Now, when I say tutorial series, I do not mean the 178 or 77 episode monstrosity that was my first Cataclysm tutorial. That turned in from a tutorial to a playthrough. That transitioned in the process. But I am working and doing a 0.f stable tutorial to get all the basic gameplay information out to new players. There's going to be other parts to it. I'll talk in detail about it a little bit later, but I am working on that. That's kind of what's ahead of new quick tips, is I need to get that tutorial done. But it's going to be a much more contained, limited, focused affair. It's going to have production values, you know, a little better than that really, really horrible audio from the original one that makes me cringe every time I go back and listen to it. But yeah, so there's going to be a new tutorial sometime here in the near future. I'm going to try to get it done in, by next weekend, I think. I should have it done and have it up. Have you seen the new Bastion structure? I have not seen the new Bastion structure. I have not. Map. Over map editor. Special Bastion fort. Oh, I think I actually did. I think somebody asked me about this. I think I popped it up in a previous live stream. Maybe? I don't remember now. Let's get more centered. Are there multiple levels to this thing? I don't see stairs. I think I saw it on a different graphics tile set too, so that's probably partly why I'm not remembering if I did look at it. Can't remember. Looks kind of cool. I mean, what's here? Flintlocks, track horns. So it's reenactors version of a fort. I know the Bastion from historical usages and such, but oh, there. So yeah, I do remember coming up here because I went up on the walkway and I ran along the walkway, so it's a slope up instead of a stair up. So yeah, I did look at it sometime. I don't remember exactly when it was. Well, hey there, brute. Get away from me, zombies! Stop grabbing me! They're all grabby. Alright, let's get away from the heartbeat sound. Castle full of LARPers? Yeah, that sounds about right. What's your opinion about Exody stuff that is coming? It's going to depend a lot on future implementation. My worry, the one and only worry, like I said, I talked earlier about how I stay completely away from the dev contributor side of things. I play the game I'm given, make my opinions known. If I don't like something, I'm very clear about it. I don't hide my feelings. I try to demonstrate why I don't like it. I provide examples and explanations and so on. And then sometimes my hope is that people that are devs and contributors will take that information, reevaluate, and go change or fix things. And yes, that does happen. Other times I get told, nope, we can't do it for whatever technical reason, or nope, we're not going to do it because of whatever reason, and I'm fine with that. But the one thing I fear, what I fear beyond all others, is the switch to NPC-focused content. So I've been awaiting for a long time, a long promised but not yet delivered overhaul of the NPC system, the whole interaction system, how they work, and so on. I avoid them like the plague. I hate NPCs. I hate dealing with them. I hate the conversation trees to control them. I can't stand it. It sends me into a fitful rage every single time I've tried to use them in the recent past. So I just finally said no more. It's annoying me to no end. Nobody's having fun watching me interact with these things. So I just swore off them entirely. So my fear is more and more content is being pushed to NPC-specific interactions. As an example, Exodi. So now the general old-style methods of gaining CBMs or CBM components and such is gone. You can only get them from Exodi, and the plan is to have the Exodi be a large NPC system that you interact with, where you can trade with them, you can do missions for them, and so on, interact with them in various ways to get this kind of high-tech equipment, or you kill their critters, the cyborgs and zomborgs and so on, and then just dissect them. So my fear is that at some point a change is going to occur that forces me to interact with NPCs using the old system in order to do any of the cool/fun stuff, like getting CBMs. So I'm hopeful that that does not happen, but I don't know yet exactly how they're planning to do things. A lot of things that people complain about are knee-jerk initial reactions to systems that are set up in stages. Stage 1 has to be complete, code has to be put in place that is going to allow for certain hooks to be set up for other pieces of code to go grab information and so on. So infrastructure has to go in. So we get these infrastructure changes, people yell and moan and complain, not understanding that that had to be done so that later this other layer could be added in, this other layer could be added in, this other layer could be added in, and then everything will work properly and the full scope of the change will be integrated and working the way it's supposed to. So too many of the devs and contributors and so on get yelled at for stuff that is really future planning. It impacts the current gameplay, yes, but it's done for a reason, and there's not enough understanding of that kind of thing. So I don't know just how far they have to go to finish or finalize the Exodi changes and the CBM stuff in particular. But yeah, there's a lot of pretty drastic changes. There's going to be a lot less of the super characters rolling around with a million CBMs and all the mutations they want and so on. So it's a work in progress. I'm fine with it. Like I said earlier, I just play the game I'm given. I enjoy the early game more than anything. The initial struggle to survive interests me in all its myriad variations, much more so than the later game stuff. I've mostly given up on the hope of ever getting real later game content added in. It's been forever since anything of substance was actually added at that stage. So I long ago learned to love the early game, and that's where I spend most of my time. Could have the Stone Soup dev team. I don't know anything about those folks. I've dabbled very lightly in Stone Soup, but I was never in the community, never paid attention to development or anything like that. So didn't have enough time served to really get linked into that side. So yeah, but I think everybody's pretty well aware of my rabid hostility to the NPC system. I get asked constantly, "Hey Vorm, can you do a video on setting up faction camps?" Nope. No thank you. I don't hate myself enough to dabble into that. Not gonna do it. You're not getting it from me. Go elsewhere. So no, I'm not going to do faction camp stuff. I'm not going to explain NPC quest systems that are half implemented and mostly broken and irrelevant. And I'm very happy that they're in game for people that like to explore that kind of gameplay, as long as it doesn't impact me from totally ignoring it. Don't force it on me. Don't make it critical that I have to go set up a faction camp in order for me to unlock the ability to do CBMs or get access to an auto dock couch or something like that. As long as they don't hook that stuff in as mandatory content, then I'm fine with it being there. I am not a shy wallflower. I tell people what I think. If I don't like it, I say I don't like it. Think CBM should be crude and human-made and hard to install in labs? It's fine. get their own type of CBM. It seems like it would complicate things. There's a lot of critical systems undergoing adjustments in gameplay with future content or changes in mind. I mean, we have the whole wound system starting to slowly be rolled out. I mean, bleeding, the whole bleeding effect, and the blood loss system, that was an integral component that needed to be in place so they could build upon that and other systems to implement a more robust wound system with limb amputations and degradation of combat abilities, and all that may attain as things go forward. So it's a good example of something went in so that other things later could be tagged into it. And that's a complicated process. That's part of why I stay well away from the dev contributor side of things, and I don't second guess them, because, man, that's some complicated future planning stuff there. Plus, they have to work within certain programming constraints and certain engine constraints and so on, of which I know absolutely nothing. So there's plenty of times where I say, this is stupid, it should be done differently, and then find out later it can't be done differently. It's a hard coding restriction, or something about the interactions makes it so that if they did it, it would break these half a dozen other things and so on. So I'm fine to be educated in that way. I make suggestions, and sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. Am I at all interested in the new early access game Nearly Dead with Zato's artwork? I am not. I have no interest in Nearly Dead. None whatsoever. CDA needs more levels in between because there's not enough numbers. Yeah, I've had that conversation a bunch of times where people have asked me if I had one thing, what would I change about Cataclysm? And my number one thing that I always say is I would say make all the numbers bigger. The game has grown mammothly, titanically, since it was originally thought out and implemented, and the numbering systems that are used inside the game are too small to contain the variety of objects, abilities, and so on that the game now actually is trying to simulate. So we have effectively 10 skill levels available to us, inside of which we need to sandwich a million different things. Make skills go from 1 to 100. Make stats go, instead of up to 14 as a max, make them go to 1 to 100. Make damage values 10 times higher. I mean, just make all the numbers bigger. The net effect of that is going to be to allow more breathing room for all the individual items and skills and abilities to distinguish themselves and to have separation. Right now, you make a weapon, you've got to cram it somehow into a million other weapons, and the vast majority of them are going to be so similar, there's no effective difference between them. Same thing happens with all the other systems. So if I had one wish, which will never be granted, I acknowledge that, but if I had one wish to change in the game, it would be expand the actual base numbering systems for all the mechanics. Just make everything bigger by an order of magnitude. That would free up so much breathing room for the various things, and allow more functional, actual, useful gameplay distinctions between things. Rycon tried faction camps, very limited, wish it was like Dwarf Fortress, although the AI was pathetically hilarious, NPCs fighting over a chair, for instance. Yeah. I mean, I try not to disparage too much. I basically stay quiet about NPCs in general, unless somebody asks me, and then I perform my patented Vorm rant about NPCs. So it's not that I'm hiding my opinion or anything like that. I just have chosen the silence is the better virtue in regards to NPCs. But faction camp is a cool idea. It's just it's never really been finished. I don't know if it's ever gonna be finished. It contains too many problems and instances of conflict, and things just break too easily trying to get things done and so on. So nothing I'm interested in, but it does make for some interesting ideas in the gameplay. I treat it kind of similar to In the Woods. People like, for some reason, to do In the Woods challenges, and I get asked pretty often, hey Vorm, you gonna do an In the Woods challenge? No, I'm not. There's no challenge. There's no, you know the recipes or you don't. You know the progressions or you don't. And you get the materials you need or you don't. There's not enough variation there. The game wasn't actually designed with that kind of gameplay in mind. And you're eliminating 90% of the cool variety from the gameplay by trying to do just that In the Woods. And they've tried to bootstrap it a few times, and they keep changing the recipes, and there's still some holes in the progressions and the recipes on how you get to this material or get to this tool quality just using materials you find laying around, and it's just not really designed for that. So people want to do it, go for it, have fun, more power to you. Not my cup of tea. You won't. I'm not going to do things that I'm not interested in personally. I just can't bring myself to do it. It's too fake, too dishonest, and you guys will know immediately that I'm not having a good time and I'm not finding anything interesting about it. So I don't dislike farming. Damn it, stop telling people I dislike farming. I do not dislike farming. I find it incredibly useless. There's a difference. I am apathetic to farming. I don't dislike it as an activity in general. I just find it has no function. I'm a function guy. I like it. I like things to do things. If I'm going to spend time doing it, I like it to benefit me in some way, and I get no benefit out of farming. In Cataclysm, I'm happy to farm in Valheim and all these other games. You'll see me farming all the time. No problem. I like farming. Farming's great. Farming in Cataclysm is useless. Unless you're RPing a farmer and that's what gets you going, there's no point to it. So, I'm not going to do it just because it's there. Vorm dislikes lockpicking. It kind of falls into the same category. I do dislike it, but it's because I find it functionally useless. I lockpick all the time. What are you talking about? Every single stream I lockpick when I approach that window and smash it with my club or my crowbar or whatever I'm holding. That's lockpicking. I picked that lock. I just did it a little more forcefully than is tradition. Instead of gently massaging those interior components, I excessively brutalized the exterior components of the lock. See? Lockpicking. I still have not successfully planted a seed in Cataclysm. That's what I should do today. I should do that. I should plant a seed. I tried it once or twice, but I kept getting derailed. The last time I remember, it was the stadium base challenge. I got the stadium base. I cleared it. I got my workshop set up, and I was gonna plant crops in the center on the field, and it didn't happen. I forget why. I assume I died. But the plan was to set up crops. Dude, that was going to be my farming thing. I was going to do it. And it's just never happened. I've never planted a single seed in Cataclysm. You missed the chicken walkers? I had a conversation a couple days ago about me missing the chicken walkers. Rest in peace, you magnificent player-killing bastards. Few things were more fun than a first game new player starting in the evac shelter, opening the door, and all the experienced players see in the chat log, the log over to the right, you are being laser targeted. Of course, the new player doesn't know what that means or doesn't even read that probably, and they take a couple steps forward and bam, shot in the head. Ah, the glory days. Good old chicken walkers, right outside the evac shelter. I think the fastest I ever died to one was 3 steps. I think I got 3 steps into a challenge and I got shot and killed by Chicken Walker. Good times. Oh, wasps. Oh, wasps. Now we have something I actually hate. I am not apathetic about wasps. I have serious hatred for how wasps are implemented in the game. And I can't believe there's not more people complaining about these things. I do occasionally see a post on Reddit or the Discords about people going, what the hell's with these wasps? I have such a serious hatred for those things. They are so ridiculous. So many advantages and benefits and bonuses. So hard to kill unless you've got specific character build or specific items on you. And they're so spread out all over the damn place that it boggles me that there's not more of a general outcry about these wasps. Man, I mean, come on. So those, yeah, I legitimately hate the wasps. I am not a fan of how those guys are implemented. They got too many advantages. I'm not a fan of gameplay additions that are just Let's stack it up. Let's make it the fastest thing around. Let's make it punch through any kind of armor. Let's give it poison. Let's make it super dodgy. Let's let it burrow through vehicles when it's hostile. Let's make it go after the player from 17 spaces. I mean, yeah, that's better than within sight range of 40 spaces like a zombie, but still. Let's go up a random watchtower. Let's plant them on half of the watchtower, the radio towers in the game. Let's also put a bunch of nests down all over the place where they can spawn. Let's also have them spawn independently, randomly. Oh my god. Yeah, not a fan of wasps. Do something. Make them less prevalent, knock down their spawn rates, or, you know, dial down one or two of their abilities. Something, but they're just too ridiculous. Having a bunch of ways to do different things is what brought me to play this game. Yeah. I demonstrated one of the fun ways to get into a lab in last night's live stream. That's the kind of thing that draws me to the game. And I have shown that. I have a quick tip video, The Power of Trees. That's the kind of... holy crap, who thought of that kind of secondary effect of the gameplay that I really enjoy, finding those kinds of things. Did I teleport away? We had, I think we teleported several lower areas. Oops. Arr. There it is. Yeah, that one won't work. Map, overmap, special. What do they call them now? I think it's just lab. Let's put it right there. Let's go take a look. Hey there, lab. So did you know, if you want to get into a lab, let's see. There's a tree kind of blocking me. Activate wood axe. Chop down a tree. That one. Go that way. I'm in a lab. Hey, look, it's a lab. I'm inside. So, yeah, that kind of thing. Spoiler alert. Or if you want rocks or rebar, here you go. Rocks, rebar, scrap metal. You want any of that? I got lots of it. Yeah, I like variety in the game, don't get me wrong. I don't mind there being wasps. I'm just annoyed at just how monstrously dangerous they are and how prevalent they are in the environment. From day one, it's not an evolved thing. It's not a later when you might be able to handle them thing like most of the dangerous stuff in the game is. It's right now, day one, wasp, I'm dead. So yeah, that's my only issue with them. You ate Migos? Nah, once you know how to deal with them, they're not bad. I learned to live with... Well, I mean, I'll still run them down every chance I get. If I find them out on their own and I'm driving by, I'll still terminate them with prejudice because of all the characters of mine they've killed. But they have their place. They're not too bad. They got settled down a bit. I really, really, really hated the initial implementation of the Scout Migos. But those are not so bad nowadays either. The important thing is make your voice known. State your opinion somewhere. Yeah, the Migos not being alone can be an issue. A single Migo for a character that can see it coming should not be the death of that character, unless you've got other mitigating circumstances. Even a cudgel-wielding newbie character, as long as he sees the fight coming and can prepare for it, should survive the encounter. Not always. Random is random, but generally speaking, they should survive it. The key, though, is seeing it coming. Getting that backpack off or any other encumbering things. Smashing down a pain pill. Making sure your stamina's maxed out. getting to advantageous terrain for the first swing or two. All that kind of stuff's pretty important. But the trick is you just gotta get them damaged down to the fleeing point. Once they go into fleeing mode, you either back off to some safety point. Hopefully you have one nearby, or you prep for the return and kill them then. So there are ways to deal with them, and they're a lot rarer. Is it possible to find and fly a working helicopter in the game? It is now. So when helicopters were first introduced, helicopters are weird. You're not going to see me do a helicopter during my live streams. There's just not enough reason or content for them. But when they were first introduced, you could only fly a helicopter if you took the helicopter pilot start. It was mandatory. You could not just jump in, and then try to fly a helicopter. You had to have the trait in order to even start a helicopter up. That has changed because of the changes to hobby systems. You can now take the hobby, and I think there's an in-game way of learning it. I haven't paid that much attention, but I think it might be a mod. I can't remember for sure, but I think there's a way of learning it. But yeah, so it can be done. It's a little easier now that hobbies are a thing, and any character can choose the helicopter piloting or whatever it's called hobby, and you can go about the business. And yes, you can find functional helicopters spawned in the game. Very seldom, very rare, but they are around. I don't know why you would want to. Again, it's cumbersome and weird and just kind of cobbled together from the various game systems. But if you really, really want to, you can do that. Are Kevlar Hulks slower than normal Hulks? They are. So I'll demonstrate this. That's a really good question for me to explain. So this world you see is my test world. I have this world open 24 hours a day, pretty much. I'm always having in my test world, testing things before I answer questions, both to remind myself of the information, verify it hasn't changed or gone out of date. I just like to test something before I post information onto the internet or try to correct somebody. So an easy way to tell is you spawn a monster, and you just use the debug menu here to spawn a zombie Hulk. We'll put him right here, and we'll spawn a Kevlar Hulk. Oops. Spawn. Monster. Kevlar Hulk. Put him right next to him, and we'll turn off my invisibility. Oops. Player. Mutate. Oh, I'm not invisible. Alright, so they can both see me. Let's see who catches me first. So, does that answer your question? This is the kind of thing where I see so many questions posted to Reddit and the Discords that if players would just create a test world and take 10 minutes to learn the debug menu, they could answer these things for themselves faster than they could post the question to Reddit or to YouTube. I mean, or wherever. I mean, this kind of thing, super, super quick and easy. And this is just one tiny, tiny, tiny example. There's just so many of these types of questions that flood those sources that could be answered by the player in 30 seconds if they would just hop into their test world and very quickly just do a test. Do what I just did. You want to know if a Hulk's faster? You could test it in-game, or you could go look at the actual game files and look up the two entities and see the movement rates for each, or the action point rates, speed rates, and so on. So there's various ways to do it. I prefer to stay with in-game testing as much as possible. That's how I know the game and how I understand the feel for it and so on, is just through actually playing it and seeing the effects. But if you need the exact numbers, those can be looked up as well. But this is nice and easy. I mean, is one faster than the other? Just jump in, put them next to each other, see who gets to you first. Pretty straightforward. Happy 10K Vorm, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Congrats to everybody, not just me. I'm just the silly guy that posts stuff to the internet. To be honest with you, Vorm, the devs do have this attitude of, if you want this or that, you do it. But then again, they aren't paid. There are a lot of... I can understand the feeling in that. I can see it in some regards and from some viewpoints. But, as you said, they aren't paid. It's a volunteer squad. And they get a horrendous amount of bullshit thrown their way. Just abject hatred, trollisms, everything thrown their way constantly. At some point, you develop a thick skin and an attitude of whatever they want to have for an attitude. I'm not in their position, but I can understand why some of that comes off that way. They literally just have to cocoon themselves and let that stuff shrug off. So even if people have pretty good points or pretty good reasoning, a huge amount of people are incredibly rude and disrespectful and just outright hostile in trying to express their facts as they see it, as opposed to their opinions. And yeah, it's rough. It's rough. It's a thing. I mean, if people were getting paid and money was involved and there were actual jobs, it would be totally different. It would be way totally different. So it's just a very different culture, very different environment to operate in. Everybody feels entitled because it's a community-driven game. So I can understand their point to some extent, and I know that sometimes they may unfairly level that kind of comment at people honestly trying to help out. So it's not cut and dried. Nothing's 100%. There are no absolutes. But you got to understand the position they're in, and basically the old walk a mile in their shoes, and then understand why they might have that kind of an attitude. So... Is there any chance to show us the best mid-game vehicle to make? There is only one vehicle to make. I don't know. You're all doing it wrong. Come on, you know the answer to this. All the regulars know the answer to this. Oops. What the hell am I summoning? Spawn vehicle. There is only one answer. This is an absolute. The only acceptable vehicle in every circumstance is a Humvee. Come on now. Everybody knows that. Whee! Hey, let's see if I can... What's my driving skill? 0? Cool. Let's go fast. Eventually. No trees in front of me real close. Come on, Speed. Kick up. Come on, Speed. Get up there. Let's see if we can do a power slide. 46? Why am I stuck at... Oh, I'm stuck at 46 because of my off-road. That's not fast enough. Alright, well, let's start a turn. And then we'll hit... Oh, see. Yeah. What the hell? Why is spacebar not... Oh, S. Oh, yeah, we stopped on a dime. It didn't work. It didn't work. Teleport me out of there. No power sliding for me. I was hoping to do like a bootleg or something fun. Can't do it. Not in that vehicle. Not at those speeds. I need to do it on cement with a fast vehicle. So, yeah. That's a highly subjective question. There is no best. I get asked a lot, what's the best? And the answer is... let me put it this way. I get asked a lot of questions about Cataclysm, and unfortunately, the depth and breadth and complexity and variety of the game necessitate my answer, the start of my answer, to almost always be, well, it depends. ... I have to ask you about a dozen other questions to get specifics about your situation, your scenario, your character build, your circumstances, the gear you have available, the environment your character's in, all sorts of stuff in order to actually provide a useful answer. And this is similar. Best mid-game vehicle? There is no best mid-game vehicle. There's no particular best mid-game vehicle. You can build a vehicle from scratch. Literally, you can take raw metal and you can make it, turn it into workable metal bars and frames. Then you can actually assemble a vehicle from scratch, all the way up to a mega cyclops, super gigantor, laser equipped, spiked bumper, apocalypse deathmobile. Or you can make a one-tile unicycle. I don't remember what fits on a unicycle, but you can do all sorts of stuff. And whatever's fun for you or necessary in your circumstances is the one to make. There's not a best. It's just too variable. Too many circumstances that have to be understood or met in order to give any kind of an answer. Some guy said just make a fire pit and run the Hulk through it. No, some guy did not. Some guy said, here is one way to kill skeletal juggernauts. And then he demonstrated putting fire in a pit and walking the skeletal juggernaut back and forth. See, those are totally different guys. Don't listen to some guy. Listen to that other guy. Aaron R., congrats on 10K. First time catching you live. Recently got into your CDA videos. Have helped a lot. Cool. That's the intent. I die so you don't have to. That's why I'm here. I know more about Cataclysm than most folks because I have died more than most of all you guys combined. If I took the number of deaths my entire current audience of this live stream have, I can almost guarantee that I've actually died more times than all of you people put together. And that's the only reason why I know a fair amount about the game. Education through pain and death. That's how I do it. Humvees are good, but you do like your APC? Great. Make more APCs. Do what you like. Do what you love. I've done APC stuff. For my personal playstyle, the Humvee is a perfect fit. That's all there is to it. I just love the Humvee for its size, for its abilities, for its storage volume. It allows me to put the tools within it that I think I need at any particular time. That's why you see me do it over and over again. It's my comfort point. It's the thing that I think works the best for me in my particular playthroughs. But, yeah, do whatever you're having fun with. Like I said, and will continue to say, I'm here to advocate, I'm here to educate, not advocate. I almost screwed it up. Got it backwards. I just want to make sure people know how to do things. Play it how you want it, whatever you think's fun. Is engine craftable? Is engine craftable? I've never actually tried to build an engine. There's such an overwhelming prevalence of engines. Player, edit, me. Skills, modify all, set the 10, and then player, learn all. Whoops, nope, that's not what I wanted. Player, unlock all recipes. Let's look. Well, there's a steam engine. I guess you can't make a vehicle from complete scratch. If we can't make an engine, there's probably a couple of parts that cannot actually be manufactured at this point. I've never actually tried to make a steam engine. But yeah, you can make a steam engine. You're not going to make a V12 diesel or a 6,000 horsepower jet engine or anything like that. Have you done any mega rural challenge? Smallest cities, largest distance. Not specifically that kind of a focus. I can't think of too many reasons why I would do it that way. It depends a lot on what my goal or my raison d'etre is for the challenge. I mean, I try to come up with some kind of theme or some kind of a guiding, not principle, a guiding path, something that's going to force me into either uncomfortable locations or situations or danger or some kind of particular difficulty I'm exploring. Or sometimes I'm just demonstrating new game conditions. But smallest cities, largest distance, it's almost an in a woods kind of challenge. I'm not sure. Things that just make it take longer to do things don't interest me much. The challenges are already padded with too much filler and me just driving around at random trying to get to the things I want or need. And I mean, I've had 14 and 15 hour driving sessions, real world time driving sessions in some of my recent challenges because of changes to the map gen and specifically science labs being so rare. This video is flagged. Why the hell would this video be flagged as Project Zomboid? I've never... What the hell? What the hell? I'm not sure how I would change that during the stream. I've got it set to gaming with no game title specifically specified. Did it just on its own decide to label it as Project Zomboid? Alright, I told it that it's Cataclysm. I didn't expect it to go pick a random one. Zomboid does have a much higher player base, so it probably picked the thing closest, or I don't know how that algorithm does that, but thanks for letting me know. Any desire for 7 days to die today? No. Unfortunately, I was initially interested in doing 7 days to die during today's stream, but it occurred to me after I had mentioned that as a possibility that the primary reason I want and like to do that now, 7 days to die, is because of the audience participation, and I don't have that option when I stream to YouTube. It's all built through Twitch. So there is direct Twitch integration for 7 days to die that allows the viewers to actually directly participate and summon enemies and be nice or mean to me as they would like in various ways. As you've seen if you've watched any of the 7 days to die community stuff I've done lately. But yeah, since I don't have the community involvement, I just didn't think it would be all that interesting. I got lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and extra lots of hours of me playing 7 days to die on the channel. And without the audience interaction, I just don't think I would enjoy it as much. Zombie God? Zombie Dog is not his real name. That is his internet alias. Just like Vormithrax is not on my birth certificate. Zombie Dog is not on his birth certificate. We got to keep a low profile. So, but I exclusively call him Zombie Dog for the last, I don't know how many years. So, half of his life he's been Zombie Dog. So that's functionally his name nowadays. He responds to that faster and better than he does to his actual name. What is your favorite rare location? Junkyard! Junkyard! First one that comes to mind. I might have some other favorite, but I love finding the junkyards. You guys know about junkyards, right? Come on, tell me you know about junkyards. I talk about junkyards and I point them out constantly. See this? See the junkyard? Why do you want a junkyard? I'll show you. Here is the junkyard. Not too impressive, huh? Well, most, I won't say every, because we discovered that it wasn't quite every. Most, though, have this. The engine crane. Everybody wants an engine crane. It's foldable. Lets you, you know, lift and jack fairly heavy things. So great for general vehicle work. And then there is almost always also this. The welding cart. So you've got a welding cart with an attached welding rig. You can't fold it, so usually when I show up, I just yoink the welding rig right out of it and install it into my vehicle. I leave the rest of the crap behind. But this one-stop spot, almost every single time you see one of these, is going to have the welding rig that you need for vehicle repairs and other welding type stuff, and also the engine crane. So again, not every single time. It's not a 100% guarantee, but it's a very high percentage chance, on the order of like 90%. So, yeah, love the junkyard. And do you notice there's no zombies? no zombies. Well, a few zombies. Are those with this one? I think those have to be with this. This is off by itself. So, a few zombies. All right, it's not completely zombie clear, but a fairly small amount. Yeah, the junkyard. That jumps to mind. It doesn't show up all that often, and I'm always super excited when it does. So, I'm going to pick junkyard as my answer. Is the future of CBMs looking good right now, or eh? I have no way to answer that. I don't know what the future is actually going to entail. There are deep-laid plots and plans for CBMs, and they're only in the early stages of getting the transition and the movement of information and items over to the new stuff. So, I don't know. I can't answer that yet. Hey there, Calm Tree. Yeah, you definitely need to get into this game. The hours of fun to dollars paid ratio is magnificent. It's magnificent. You're easily going to get 10 times your money, 100 times, million times your money out of this game. Pretty easy to claim that because it cost a whopping $0 of the dollars. I believe that equates, if we convert that to other currencies, that's what? 0 Deutschmarks, 0 pounds, 0 shekels, 0. I'm pretty sure if you do the currency conversion, it's going to be 0 in your local currency. So no reason not to give it a try. Just go in with the knowledge that you are going to die horribly very often. Just resign yourself to that fact. Everybody goes through it. There are no expert. It doesn't matter how much gaming experience you might have. You are going to die playing Cataclysm for the first time, and the second time, and the 10th time. So just resign yourself to it. You can prevent some of that by, you know, getting educated a bit, watching somebody's videos. I know there's 1 or 2 people out there that provide some new player assistance and tutorials for new players. Somebody might be creating a new tutorial right now that hopefully will be up by next weekend to help out new players also. Oh, that person will remain unnamed. Never seen CDDA before. Closest thing must be Zomboid. How are you here if you've never seen CDDA before? 99.8% of the content on my channel is Cataclysm. So how'd you manage to get here if you never heard of CDDA? Purely the Zomboid I've been doing recently? So the common comparison is this. Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead is to Zomboid what Dwarf Fortress is to RimWorld. Very similar game styles, very similar game kind of topics or themes, but vastly different in levels of depth and detail. That's the best comparison with games that people might know the names of to make. Dwarf Fortress and Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead are commonly bandied back and forth as the hardest games to learn and get into initially, but once you do, and you've gotten past that initial learning cliff and learning the basics of survival and the control schemes and so on, they also provide by far the hugest amount of gameplay content and ongoing hours and hours and hours of gameplay for the dollars that you put into them. With Cataclysm being completely free. It's a completely free, community-driven project, so absolutely no reason not to at least poke at it, get killed a few times, and then make the decision whether it's for you or not. But lots of help and stuff available. But yeah, Cataclysm is similar to Zomboid. There is a scenario in Zomboid, which I'm actually going to attempt in a little bit, that is a direct homage to Cataclysm. It's the CDDA challenge, that specifically mentions Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. Okay. You're correct. Yeah, it might have picked it up from my mentioning Zomboid in the description. That's possible. Either way. You love finding the cultist house? Yeah, that is a rare one there. Man, I can only think of a couple of times over all of my many thousands of hours of uploaded live stream footage where we've actually found the cultist house. Would you rate the junkyard as the best place to base until you use its wonderful tools? No. Depends on where it's located. I mean, this one's pretty isolated, so it probably wouldn't be a problem. But, I mean, a lot of times they're tucked just on the outskirts of the city. The map gen won't generally put it inside a city. It's usually kind of right around the outside edges, similar to how it places evac shelters usually. Occasionally you'll see some wonkiness, but it just depends. The only reason to go there, the only thing I care about it is those 2 items. One of which you can just immediately fold up and toss in your car or your basket or whatever. The other one you just rip off and trundle on your way. Other than that, it doesn't make a particularly useful or interesting base. Hey there, Gab. Congrats on reaching 10,000. Your vids are a joy to watch while I study. Thank you very much. Glad you're able to study while listening to my meandering prattle. Everybody's educating me on global economics and currency conversion rates having a minimum fee involved in the transaction. Greatly appreciated. Thanks for letting me know. In my imaginary joke circumstances. Is the Android version good, stable? Oh my god. You Android Cataclysm people. You can play the exact same version on Android that I play in my live streams. They do builds for the Android versions. So there can be, if you choose to do so, no effective difference between what I'm playing on my games and what you get to play. Where the difference will occur is the really different control scheme and possible memory issues if you're trying to do certain tile sets or sound packs and things like that. That might cause a problem, but beyond that, it's the exact same game. It's not like a watered-down version or anything like that. Big benefit CDDA has over Dwarf Fortress is just familiarity with the world setting. I mean, you know these buildings, you know these items, you know these pieces of furniture. You recognize basically the world it's set in because it's modern day current world. Whereas there's so much made up stuff in Dwarf Fortress and so many randomly generated names for items and people and so on that it can make it a little tougher. The barrier to entry there is a little tougher. How do you deal with alcohol withdrawal? Well, first, you don't play it while the shakes system is broken. They fixed that, by the way. the permanent shakes, they went in and they fiddled, they tinkered, they did some things, and the shakes have been adjusted a bit, so... you've seen me do Tweaker on RBD, because I gave up doing Tweaker a mad long time ago. I don't remember if I ever actually did a series with Tweaker. I probably did at some point. I just can't remember it so far in the distant past. But you don't even have that option as a default nowadays. The only choice in that list is Shower Victim. If you want to do the Tweaker, you've got to pick Shower Victim and then go to the hobbies list and make yourself a Tweaker. So you can't even pick Tweaker on the RBD, which is a really bad day for people that don't know. One of the hardest starting scenarios. You thought it would be the radioactive waste dump? The hazardous waste sarcophagus, I assume you're talking about? Nah. Those are a dime a dozen. I run into those constantly. Just go grab your military ID card that you'll probably never get to use. Go grab your possible CBMs, environmental type CBMs, and filter masks and clean suits and things from the side room, and that's pretty much it. Oh my god, this is live? It is live! You are live with Mr. Vormithrax. You can ask me questions and everything. This is not a Twitch stream. Okay, I think I'm down to the bottom of chat. I'm going to inflict some gameplay on you. How long have I been chatting? Holy craps, 2 hours. Well, that went a lot longer than I thought. That was a lot of chatting. Already 2 in the afternoon my time. Give me a second. I need to go check a few things in a few places real quick. Might need to go stand up for a moment. Alright, we're okay there, and... okay there, I think. Am I going to have to put a mention in here? Actual gameplay starts at 2 hours and 15 minutes. You know, I like to tease you YouTube folks. Always giving me crap about when the actual gameplay starts. So here we go. Now you know why. Now you have an understanding. This is educational. We're an hour and 56 minutes in. You always end up tunneling into waste dumps from the road because I forget the ID exists. Well, wait a minute. So let's be clear here. You the ID card has nothing to do with accessing the vault underneath the hazardous waste sarcophagus. That military ID card is just for bunkers and outposts and so on. They're not connected in any way. So the way to actually, here's another spoiler warning if you don't want to know, for the hazardous waste sarcophagus access, because the elevator is broke. Do we have one on this screen? See, now you got me chatting again. Long range, hazardous. There we go. So if we go look at the hazardous waste sarcophagus, if you're not aware, all the regulars have seen me visit these time and time again. I park over here, I run in, and on this desk, in one of these spots right here, is a military ID card. Just standard military ID card. There's nothing special about it. There it is right there. So, right there. Military ID card. So, it's just a card that gets you into bunkers and outposts and things like that. It has no connection to this actual facility. So I run in and I grab this, and you're getting irradiated while you're in this region, this area, so you want to make this quick. And then other than that, I just pop into this room because, as you can see, there's stuff. Headlamps, internal climate control CBM, hard hats, clean suits, radiation badges, and then I check the lockers right up here. And that's pretty much all you see me do typically. The CBM list is usually CBMs related to environmental protection and control. So like the heat dissipation, the internal climate control, kind of things like that. And then this has got, you know, stuff, rubber boots, vinegar, detergent. Every once in a while there'll be something useful in here. But that's all irrelevant. There is a vault underneath the hazardous waste sarcophagus. So if we pop underground, there's the vault. Hey, look, vault. So, that is the vault. Each of these containment areas for hazardous waste has a chance of having other fun things. So, if we look through the list, there's the access code, which you had to have already gotten down here to find, so that's useful. A couple of CBMs, 4 vials of mutagen. There's usually nanomaterial, so there you go. This is the other reason people usually try to get in here, is to get nanomaterial canisters. So there's 400 total nanomaterial down here, which is 8 of the 50 unit clumps. So if you've got a nanofabricator finale on an old style lab and you want to make your power armor or whatever template you have, this is one of the places, one of the only places you can go to actually get this stuff. So that's why people come down here. Now the problem is, to access this, you can dig a tunnel, which I've never actually done. But I've been told repeatedly, you can tunnel in from up here. You can dig a hole and go down into it from above. I don't know where. I've never bothered, but that's one option. If you want to get access otherwise, you have to use the elevator, which is over here. So you, let's see, where's the interaction point? This is the elevator, right? I'm pretty sure this is the elevator. I don't recognize this. Oh, there it is. This powerless controls. So we can't control the elevator because there's no power. Well, the way you fix that is through a terminal over here. Again, I don't remember which one. There it is. Log into SRCF security terminal. Bypass security, yes, no, quit. Let's say yes. And then we have, one of these is going to be elevator. Reactivate elevator. And it asks for an access code. So, there you go. That, it would be, you would come here, you would put in the access code, it would power on the elevator, you could come over and you could drop down into the sarcophagus. Now, the next question, where's the access code? Good question. The access code is only available through a series of missions for a random NPC. You can't just go to the refugee center and talk to somebody to start it. It's one of the random NPCs. You have to talk to them until you get the mission that asks you to go find a flag. If you get the mission that says go find a flag, that is mission 1 in a chain that will eventually lead you to getting the sarcophagus access code. There you go. You've been spoiled. Talk to random NPCs, find the mission for getting a flag, do that mission, do 3 other missions. The 4th mission is the one where they send you here and they give you the code. That'll get you inside. It's actually kind of hard to look that up. I had to do some research on it in the past, and it was kind of hard to find the info. You once remember Vorm threatened to talk for the entire length of an episode. I think I threatened, yeah, a YouTube episode, meaning I threatened to talk for an hour just to see what would happen. This is even better, though. This is even better because I'm on YouTube breaking that, so that makes it doubly better. What is the tile set and sound pack you use? I mark those in all of the videos in the descriptions. I'm currently using Chibi Ultica for the tile set. Sound pack hasn't changed in for years. It's a ATS or it's ATS sound pack with Coag music spliced in. And like I said, just look at any of my challenge videos, and the description tells you exactly what I'm using at any particular time, and if it needs it, it provides links on where you can go. Always came down for the nanites? Yeah. Yeah. That's the common reason people go down there. There's no other reason to go down there and visit. Anything you might find down there is much more easily achieved elsewhere, except for nanomaterial. And the only use for that is the nanofabricator finales at the bottom of science labs when you have templates that you want to build. Is this new? Oh no, it's been this way since I started playing years ago. Does the sarcophagus have a loot table that's worth it over just lab diving? No. The only reason to come here to the sarcophagus is to get the ID card, check that side room for CBMs or other environmental gear that you might need for whatever reason, bail out of there. If you happen to find a science lab finale that's the nanofabricator finale, which we had on the screen, I think I teleported away to a new area, but we had the nanofab finale lab. Let's see. Or was it the... I can't remember now. Nah, it's not this lab. But there's a particular lab finale that has nanofabricators with templates, and the templates allow you to build fancy objects like, you know, combat knives. Exoskeletons, which is what used to be called power armor, things like that. So you gotta find one of those finales, hope that the templates that show up are something that you want to build. Then each template, in order to build it in the fabricator, requires you to have X amount of nanomaterial. 90% of those templates need more nanomaterial than that finale is going to provide you. You're only going to get 100 nanomaterial in the finale. So you have to get lucky first, find a science lab, then you have to get lucky with the random roll of finales and get a nanomaterial finale. Then you have to get lucky with the templates that they give you so that it's something you care about and want to build. Then you have to go get enough nanomaterial, bring it back to that finale, and actually get the thing built. So, not something I ever count on doing. I never bother to try to build anything at those fabricators. There's just no point. There's just too rare by several orders of magnitude. But if you're in a game for a really long time, or you're on world settings that allow it, or for whatever reason, that's the order of events. And if you do happen to get a nanofab finale, and it does happen to have something you want to build with a template, then the best place to go to get the nanomaterials is going to be the hazardous waste sarcophagus. There's a larger concentration of nanomaterials there than you'll find anywhere else, because you're not likely to get the lucky roll of the dice to get another science lab and another nanofab. Even that's only going to give you another 100 material. And the templates can range up to 400 or 500. I forget exactly how many. So Too much random. Random topped on random, topped on top of random. Still using a good old chest hole sound pack. Yeah, that's a classic. Found several copies of the Standpipe maintenance log when I went in there. If you want to go elf and couldn't find the recipe elsewhere. Yeah, the Standpipe shows up all over the place. You don't need to go get irradiated to find Standpipe. That shows up quite often. It's not hard to find that one. I have not yet tried the hunted scenario. That's another one of the brand new ones. We tried the surrounding wall one. We did one with that, although it didn't impact the challenge much. But my only wish for that one was that the enclosed area was smaller. I think the enclosed area is too big by like 4 times. I think they should enclose you in a much smaller area to make that one interesting. Having an entire overworld map section enclosed doesn't really limit you much. Just really depends on what your focus or your challenge is, I guess. But again, I play differently than a lot of folks, so... yeah, do what you want with it. I wish there were like a couple of different versions of it, or you picked the enclosed version. Here, if you don't know what I'm talking about. New game, custom character, test world. Go faster, go faster, go faster. So for scenarios, we have not that hunted is what somebody just asked me about. Bordered is the one I was talking about. I wish you could go to bordered and then go to here, and like for other challenges where you can pick your starting location, I wish there were options for the size of the bordered area. So you would have the current one would be the default, but then you could do like a half size and a quarter size, something like that. I think that would be more interesting. I think that would lend itself to more interesting gameplay if you had a much more tighter constraint on the size. Because as it stands, the area is huge. So if we just jump on in here. No, let's rename him. Tester. There. So, we'll reveal the map, and there's the border. So, let's go to the northwest corner. So, that's one corner of the bordered area. So, look how large this is. I just don't find this to be a useful scenario. With that amount of space, you could easily have many, many adventures in this amount of space and never leave this area or even see the wall. I think it's way too big. I wish there were options to shrink the dimensions of this thing substantially. That would make it more interesting. Then you would have actual issues with resource availability and access to various buildings and things you would normally go for, you wouldn't be able to, and you'd have to change your gameplay style or your focus depending on what you did have and so on. With as big as this thing is, it really doesn't affect the gameplay much unless for some reason you're having to do a ton of traveling. So... hey, buddy. Yeah. So, what I just revealed, what you see here, is an overworld map section. That's what gets generated as you move around. An entire section like this gets generated ahead of you. So when we talk about limits, map limits, this is what we're talking about. So one central lab complex per overworld map section. This is the limits of an overworld map section. So you're only going to find one central lab, the super complexes, within these borders. You'd have to go some other direction to find another one. Now, it is possible to find them next to each other, just like I've occasionally had a refugee center here and a refugee center here. It may be limited to one per overworld map section, but if we happen to find a corner of border where we've got overworld map, overworld map, overworld map, overworld map, you could have a refugee center, refugee center, refugee center, refugee center. So you can have them within throwing distance of each other. I've seen that a few times and shown it. Not 4, but 2 right close to each other. So that's how it works, though. There are certain rules for map gen on various structures and such in the map, and that's how they dictate that. So don't take the fact that you can see 2 of something to mean anything in particular. It just means there's an actual map edge in between those 2 that are allowing that. Now that I've played Project Zomboid a bit, which do you prefer? Cataclysm. I'm enjoying my time in Project Zomboid, don't get me wrong. There is no way Project Zomboid will ever take the place of Cataclysm, because there is such a huge difference in amount of stuff and variety and detail level in CDDA. The lack of graphics or 3D orientation or real-time doesn't bother me in the slightest. They play differently enough I can enjoy both, and I'm happy to put time into both, but Cataclysm will always come out ahead for me over PZ. There's just 1,000 times more stuff in Cataclysm than PZ. Different types of gameplay, though, so they both have their place, and they're both entertaining for their own reasons. But, yeah, Cataclysm will always stay in first slot if I have to pick between those 2. It would be my desert island game. That's the way to say it, basically. If I were trapped on a desert island and I could take one game with me, it would probably be Cataclysm. Does Weapon Diamond Coder still exist? I believe so. I don't think that's changed. Do different lab layouts have different finale possibilities? There are no finales technically in the short labs. Those are preset maps that are hard-coded. The map is always exactly the same. They do contain areas where you can get somewhat finale-like rewards, like mutagens or CBMs, but they're a lot less and less powerful, typically, than the old-style Science Lab reward finale rooms were. What's the hunted scenario do? It's a scenario that basically puts a super monster on your trail. It always knows where you're at. It always comes directly for you. I believe if you get distance from it, it gets picked up like the Wandering Hordes does and then gets deposited nearby. So it forces you to keep on the move and trying to improve your character until you can get to a point where you might be able to fight it. I have not directly experienced it yet, so I don't know the mechanics on how it does everything it does. I don't know how tough the enemy is. I can't speak to that. It's on the list of upcoming challenges that I'll take a look at. But the current challenge we've got to get finished up first, which is learning about the new theoretical versus practical skill systems, proficiencies, and being able to encode or digitize books into the e-ink tablet PCs. So once we get that one finished up, Hunted might be next on the list. It could happen. And we're also trying to investigate the new research facilities, the Transcoast Logistics facilities that are going to be replacing the old style labs. What is the super complex? I'm talking about the central lab complex. There should be one on this map. We'll go down to level 3 so we can identify it a little easier. There's usually one per overworld map section. That's one of the new Transcoast labs right there. That's called a modular lab system. That's what's going to be replacing. So there's the central lab complex. I showed it earlier, a different one. So there's going to be a manhole access point in the middle of some trees in here. That leads to this, the silo, or the access shaft, which leads to level 3 or level 2, which is always the exact same design. But everything under that is randomized. This is all randomized using the old style labs setup, so the same old rooms you're used to seeing. So there are 3 finales on that floor. 1 finale on that floor. None there. 1 there. 1 there. And that's it. So that one only goes down to 7. The last one we looked at went down to 10. So that's the central lab complex. That's what I was talking about. Two things Zomboid does better: graphics and, most importantly, multiplayer. To some extent. I mean, Depends on how snobby you are about graphics. The FPS and RP crowd are going to sneer at Project Zomboid's graphics, just like Zomboid folks sneer at Cataclysm graphics. Play what you like. And just like Cataclysm tile set players sneer at ANSI players. Yeah, I mean, whatever. It's all good. As long as the graphics serve functionally, I'm usually fairly happy. I mean, I'll accept better graphics, but I don't require it. Just depends on if there's enough other meat on the bone, enough other reason to actually sample, enjoy the content. And multiplayer, yeah, that's great, but hey man, can you tell me when multiplayer is going to arrive for the beta branch, for the Build 41? I'd sure like to know. It's been a few years now, hasn't it? Sure would be nice. Yeah, I have my issues with Zomboid, and I've stated them very clearly. I still, even after the amount of practice and play I've got into it now, after my recent few weeks, I still constantly feel like I'm driving a boat. I'm puttering around in a bumper car, not actually a person maneuvering anywhere. The turn radius on the character pivoting is always getting in my way and causing me to bump into things and get stuck in corners and weird stuff. So it's just a consequence of the style that they've chosen to use in the gameplay. So bugs me, doesn't bug me enough to keep me from playing it. And eventually I might get to the point where I'm inured to it, but at the moment I'm still feeling that. Is Fior de Battaglia useful? Somebody didn't watch my recent series. Somebody didn't watch it. I kind of smushed my way through quite a bit using that, but I mean, it's weapon dependent, it's gameplay style dependent, it's difficulty level dependent, just like everything in Cataclysm. It has its place if used properly in the right environment, under the right circumstances. So yeah, it's good style. You definitely want to get an axe, or I think Lucerne Hammer is the Lucerne Hammer, right? Am I thinking about a different one? I forget now. But yeah, it's good. Congrats to 10K. Love your CDA gameplays. Learned a lot through them. Lately, it's hard for me to keep playing. Well, why's that? You just need to change things up. Hopefully, it's not real-world stuff preventing you, and it's just, you know, a slump of interest or something. But that's the beauty of Cataclysm, is there are so many ways to change things up. And to the thing I generally recommend is get people out of their habits. Break your habits. Pick a character or a world setting or a particular self-inflicted goal or challenge that negates or removes the things you usually do. If you find you're constantly just grabbing some food and books and holding up and reading for a long time, make yourself illiterate. No books for you. Then pick some kind of a goal or a thing to go adventure. If you rely on vehicles too much, turn on the option, no Wayfarer or whatever, no vehicles for you. If you want to do something bizarre just to see how interesting it might be, example I gave recently in my Discord, unbind your move south keys. There is no south. There is only north, south, east, and west. Go. See how far you can get. You're not allowed to step south, not even once. See if you can stay alive for any realistic amount of time. Just all sorts of ways. And that's just a ridiculous example. But I mean, you can fiddle with world settings, you can fiddle with character builds, you can fiddle with the actual game options, you can use the debug menu liberally to set up whatever circumstances you want or give yourself particular items for a theme. All sorts of stuff. Yeah, so shouldn't be too many reasons why you run out of things to do. It's more a failure of creativity, I think. And that's one of the reasons why I post on every one of my challenges exactly what the theme of the challenge is, the world settings that I use, any special rules or circumstances I've set myself. those are there so that people can either repeat it if they are interested in that challenge and want to do it themselves. They're free to take that info and set it up themselves and go crazy and have fun. Or B, just as a quick look at for people to say, oh, okay, I didn't think I could do those kinds of things with the tools and the options that are available. Let me go over here and use those to set up my own fun thing. So that's why it's there. It's there for people to both copy if they want, or just understand that these are the kinds of things that can be done to suit the gameplay to their own personal preferences. I'm going to have a hard time getting actual gameplay into this video. I might have to end this one, go get some food and take a break, and then come back and actually do some gameplay. Hey there, Grateful. Yeah, it's good to be live on YouTube for a change. There will be more of it, more live YouTube stuff on the way. Gonna be making some changes. I'm gonna be making some changes people will like. I'm gonna be making some changes people will hate, and I'm sure they're gonna let me know. I wish Zomboid had more combat options than enemy variety. Yeah, I'm starting to feel some of that myself. The head stomping, or neck stomping, as I'm usually trying to do, is pretty prevalent. There's an awful lot of neck stomping. A lot of shoving. Way more shoving in the zombie apocalypse than I expected. So much shoving. I need to do some shoving exercises. Bulk up my shoving muscles. Gameplay is overrated. Streaming is about community. Over on Twitch, maybe. At least according to the comments I get when I try to send my Twitch stuff over here. Then nobody wants to listen to all the community stuff and back and forth commentary and chit-chat with the audience that was live with me on Twitch. What can I do? It's live stream content. Yeah, there's a big difference in playstyles in regards to how long you might have played a game as well. So I do a lot less of the super strong character with super mega mutations and CBMs and laser weaponry and all that kind of stuff. I've gravitated as time has gone by to make the game harder. I make my characters weaker, or I make the world more harsh. That's the route I eventually went, to give myself variety and challenge, because I had already done all the super warrior stuff in the past, and it was fun, it was nice, it was a good time, it was variety and all that, but I found it eventually got kind of paled. There just wasn't enough. Once you knew how to get to that kind of stuff and you could do it quickly, there wasn't enough mid to late game content to really do anything with it. I mean, once you got to that point, then what do you do with it? There's just not enough of that. The game doesn't scale well past the mid game. So Vorm's next evolution of just chatting streamer? No, you are totally wrong. You're totally wrong. I just got to get my little swimming tub jacuzzi setup finished up. So we're gonna hold a raffle. I just need to get a decent swimming pool, a little portable plastic swimming pool I can put in here. And yeah, I got to get my ASMR set up. I got to get my little fake ear microphone thingy, whatever the hell that is. And then we're good to go. Can have an old bald guy whispered in your ear. Did you explain the reasons behind the tile set change? What reason is necessary? The previous tile set is technically sort of still being produced, but I don't know yet. So, no, I'm not really going to talk about it. I've talked about it enough. It's been discussed. You can feel free to go, read Reddit and read Discords and so on. A lot of drama in part of it. It was time to move on anyway to the new tile sets. No matter what I say, I'm going to get the particular branch of folks come yell at me, so I don't need to stoke that any further. Yeah, we got to have some hot tub streams. That's the way to go, isn't it? It's either I gotta play Fortnite or I gotta hot in a hot tub. That's how you get ahead in this game. Okay, let's do this. I need to take a quick break. I need to go grab a bottle of water and let Zombie Dog outside for a few. So I'm going to do that. I'm not going to end the stream or anything. I'll just be gone a few minutes while I do those things. And then we'll be back. So hopefully I'll get some gameplay going then. So save up your questions and we'll do something. Maybe I'll just do a play now scenario in Cataclysm for a little bit. And we can get all these other questions out of the way. And then we'll look at doing the PZCDDA challenge as well. I'll see you in just a few. Are things still working? I see we had some kind of a disconnect issue. Does it auto-connect? Hey, looks like it does. Alright. Still a weirdly long delay that I don't like. I think I forgot to change the stream setting latency. Oh, it's on normal latency this time. Yeah, I'll have to try low latency next time. Alright, let me minimize there. Get rid of the short break message. Why are you still up? Damn you, Stream Deck. Why are you buttons not working correctly? Okay, there we go. The zombie dog hot tub stream? The zombie dog hot tub stream. He'd probably enjoy that. He likes water. He'd hang out as long as it was nice cool water. Why'd you follow me up here, bye? Huh? Why'd you follow me up here? Go hang out over there. Yeah, something interrupted the stream briefly. Could have been my ISP burping again. It does that a few times a day usually. I've had a few donations come in via the PayPal link. Thank you very much, folks, for supporting the channel in that method, that manner. Greatly appreciated. Okay, let's actually think about maybe doing some gameplay. I mentioned I was going to try to do some gameplay. Let's actually do that. Let's just kill this guy, whoever he is. I got too many worlds going right now. I'm going to get confused. Gotta save that one. Gotta save that one. These two are fairly irrelevant. Where's it going to put me? I think it's going to put me in my test world if I do play now. How do I make that? Let's do this. New game. Custom character. Play now. I just want to make sure this is the one it uses for the play now. My understanding is this the last world setting used. Don't care. Don't care. Alright. Goodbye. Don't care. World. Play now. Reset world. Alright. New game. Play now. Let's just jump into a play now. I can continue catching chat and answering questions while I dork around in a play now world. Not intended to be a full playthrough or anything like that. So, yeah, if you have questions, keep throwing them at me. What are we? You found some distant safe place devoid of the living dead. Looks like you're on your own. I have learned brawling. We are Les Ziegler, the male nursing assistant. Good hearing, quick substance tolerance, hates books. Yeah, that sounds exactly like me. At least we got quick. We have 3 unarmed combat. And, well, that's appropriate. We have health of 2. Alright, where did it put me? That's interesting. Cabin in the middle of nowhere. Huh. Oh, I still have map notes turned on. Look, there is shrubbery. Beware the knights who say neek. Neek, neek. I can't do it in quite the high falsetto that Monty Python crew did. That's what we need. We need the Knights of Neek to show up in the shrubbery location. Or even just a corpse. Have the corpse of one of the Knights of Neek be dead in the shrubbery area. Have it be a source of random durability, random condition like armor and weapon. Then we gotta find a place for a resting place for Brave Sir Robin. He's my hero. Brave Sir Robin. Okay, so I'll just kind of wander around. I'm assuming the world setting is going to be See, it doesn't use this world setting. That can... Oh, it is going to use this world setting. All right, so this is the last one I loaded. When I tested this earlier before I went live, I hit play now, and it put it into the bookmobile world, basically, for difficulty settings, which would be a little rough. That'd be a little rough. Yeah, I talked earlier about the notes. I'm leaving them on now just so other people can see them. I don't use them myself. They're always turned off in my games. Was there a particular CDDA character that was very memorable or you were highly fond of? I get asked this a lot also, and the answer is not really. There's an issue with my brain where after I have absorbed 4,000 or so hours of gameplay, it's hard for me to form lasting memories of that gameplay. It all just melds together into a big unwashed mass of Cataclysm and its deaths and so on. So it's hard for me to pick some out. I remember the names of some. The Drunk Master Mutant series I have vague memories of being pretty cool. That's also a pretty old one with some pretty hilarious things that were possible way back then. My Mighty Mouse series stands out a bit. There have been individual instances through a lot of them, though. It's actually better to ask other people what their favorites were or what they remember than it is to ask me. It's such a mashup of so many experiences at this point. It's hard for me to remember particulars. Is this a new tile set? It is different than the thousands of hours I had in the previous tile set. Yes, we are now on Chibi Ultica. For graphics, Chibi Ultica. We have moved away from the Undead People tile set. So, Chibi Ultica is kind of a mashup of two different kinds. Ultica stands for Ultimate Cataclysm. That's kind of the default tile set now for Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead, is Ultimate Cataclysm or Ultica. But I don't like the way the characters look in Ultica. The actual models for the characters and the monsters. I have a really hard time liking the art style for those. So we've got kind of a mashup of the two. So what it's showing now with Ultica or Chibi Ultica is it uses the world and terrain and buildings and grass and trees and so on from Ultica. But the character and monster models are from MS Zato. And MS Zato, MSX, if you're not familiar, is one of the long ago precursors that many of the tile sets were built upon, including Undead People. They took the MS Zato tile set and then named it something new and then started adding new graphics and art to it. So Undead People did that, and that's how most of the tile sets work nowadays, other than Ultica, which was started from scratch. So yeah, so it's a mashup. It uses both. So when one updates, you get the update on that type, and if you if the terrain updates with Ultica, then you get that as well. So I find it a good hybrid for this transition period. How do you feed yourself if you start post butter? Well, you mourn the loss of the butter, which I thought I had tested. I thought butter went away at like the 2-week period, like day 15 or something, but we're finding butter in my 30-day post-start, so I don't know. It's kind of weird. About Mouse Rat, the obese hypermetabolism mouse mutant. Yeah, he was... I guess I got to click show on that one. He was fun. I enjoy the hyperspeed ones. We've had fun with hyperspeed characters with Mouse and with Bird. I have fond memories of a Bird Runner 2, where we were post-threshold Bird, Roadrunner trait, Quick trait, Hummingbird Wings trait, so many traits, plus we put them on rollerblades, and our move cost per space was down to like 17 when we ran with all the things turned on. It was like 17 points to move a single space. So we could literally move about 5 to 6 times faster than everything else in the world. It was hilarious. Good times. I don't know if it's still possible. I think you can get down close to that, but I'm not sure it's still possible to that degree. So that was fun. So doing challenge runs for the extremes is always a good time if you can manage it. It's just so hard to do targeted mutation runs now with the changes that have been made. But yeah, that's hilarious. When you can stack all of that stuff, then it can be pretty fun. I don't think I ever successfully pulled off a mouse bird. I'm still waiting for My man-bear pig. Nobody will put in a pig mutation line or porcine line or hog line. I need one. I need one. I got to do my man-bear pig challenge. For the folks that get that reference. Hopefully there's one or two of you. It's got to be one or two of you that get man-bear pig. Okay. I don't care about books. We're not going to stay alive long enough for books. So what would this character do? What did they change about mutations? Nothing directly about the process. They've just made it way, way harder to do because of the absolute ridiculous rarity of the old-style science labs. So, and research facilities even. I've had the devil of a time finding old-style science labs or research facilities. Used to be, you just hop in your car and you drive around a bit. Research lab, science facility. You dive into it. You gather your 4 required tools for mass-producing mutagens, serums, and purifiers. You gather up the bleach and ammonia you need, whatever specialized parts, and you go on your way doing whatever. Nowadays, though, when you can drive literally 15 hours real-world time, non-stop, and not see a single science lab, you're stuck with trying to worm your way into either the subway labs or the subway labs. That's pretty much your choice. There's not too many other places you can get the tools you need. So it's just the rarity of access has changed. That's pretty much it. Meep never found the rollerblades. I forget. I remember Meep, but I don't remember what we achieved or didn't achieve with him. What would your advice be for someone who's just picking up CDDA? Watch my being produced tutorial series. It'll be short and sweet, and I'm going to be doing some different things with how I produce it that I think will be very, very helpful for new players. So it's tough with new players because it is a mountain of a game, and it does take some perseverance to get through the initial learning curve. There's just no way around it. You're going to be confused. You're going to die a lot. You're not going to know what to do. You're not going to know what's possible to do. You're not going to know what buttons to push. There are a lot of buttons. They're all over the place. So it is rough. And I've got a lot of tutorial stuff already on my channel. The whole original tutorial series, which I don't strongly recommend anymore because A, I don't like the quality of the production, and B, it's getting dated enough that it might be problematic. You can still learn quite a bit from it, but there are other resources. I have a new player playthrough that I did. If you just look up Vormithrax new player, it'll pop up. That's a little more current. I think that's about 8 months old, so it's mostly up to date. There's still going to be some changes, but it walks through the first day of how to survive in the very starting scenario, the evac shelter, and yeah. So watch that kind of stuff. But the biggest thing is just learn the basics of the interface. Learn where you need information. You can hit escape to get to certain pieces of information. You can do question mark on any screen to see what the hotkeys are that are available on that screen. So if I'm in a multi-drop and I want to drop multiple things but something's not working, you can press question mark on that screen and it brings up the key bindings just for that screen. So you can always see what your options are via these. Then there's the enter key to bring up the actions menu, and this is kind of a nested menu system, so if you're curious about something regarding combat, you can go to combat, and then it does you the favor of showing you exactly what you would press to do different things. So if you want to pick a martial arts style, it shows you that's the key to press to switch to a martial arts style screen. If you want to reload an item, you press the lowercase r, and so on. So knowing that this menu here is helpful, there's several ways in the interface to get that kind of info, because it's going to take time. There's a lot of keys, Advice-wise for survivability, weirdly enough, my original suggestion, and it sounds a bit weird, but it follows along mostly logically, is that when you're trying to consider what to do, imagine that you were actually in the circumstances in the real world of your character, and then think, okay, I'm in this circumstance, what would I do in real life? I need to make sure I secure food and water, some kind of shelter, protection from the elements and from the enemies, and so on. I need to get the basic tools accumulated. I need to There's just a set of steps that are pretty obvious from a survival standpoint that you would go through in real life. And I can almost guarantee you most of those are going to be modeled in-game and are going to be the correct answer for what you should be focusing on. Once you get past the initial survival of a few days, then it gets a little more open-ended, and you're just going to have to kind of wander around and see what the world looks like and see what's out there and how to do things and what you can accomplish. But there's almost always multiple ways to approach a situation. There are few best answers in any particular circumstance. And everything is circumstantial. When you ask questions of me or anybody else who knows about the game, we're going to have to ask you 10 questions back just to clarify the circumstances so we can answer you. I get a lot of questions about what do I do about this or what's better than that, and I can't answer them because it's so circumstantial depending on world settings, the particular environment your character finds himself in, what kind of build you have for your character, what your patterns of play are. There's just a lot of stuff that feeds into it. So quick and easy answers can sometimes not be nearly as obvious as new players might think for somebody that knows the game to explain. So there's a lot of possibilities. But I am working on a new tutorial series that's going to be up to date, and it's going to be based on the stable build. I've decided in my head to, when I do tutorial stuff, like an updated tutorial, I'm going to do it on the stable build. That way, once, twice a year at most, I'll have to take a look at it and update it. But for personal play, I'm always playing experimental. And I don't have a problem recommending experimental to new players. I've always actually recommended experimental for new players, with the very small caveats that A, you need to be clear that it is experimental, bad things can happen, and the game is going to change while you're playing it. B, know how to copy a folder. All you have to do is copy your save folder. That's it. I mean, before you do an update, copy your save folder, put it somewhere else, and then do the update. If things are broken, not working properly, then know how to move back to the previous build, either through the launcher if you use that, or manually by going and downloading it, or if you still have the previous build. Just restore the previous build, copy your save folder back in, and you're back in business. Takes 10 seconds once you know what you're doing. If you're comfortable with copying the save folder and changing your build forward and backward, there's no particular reason not to play experimental builds. I can see reasons why people would suggest stable, and I'm fine with that if people want to play stable, but especially later in the development cycle for experimental builds, the gulf between what stable did and what experimental is currently doing can get really massive. We can literally have 10,000 updates or differences between the versions. Right now, we're only a few months after a stable release, so they've drifted fairly significantly in a couple of important ways, but the bulk of the changes haven't really hit yet. But if it takes another year for another stable to come out, in 11 months, the differences are going to be massive, and it's really hard to actually keep track of what stable is and can do versus what experimental can do, which is why I don't usually pay that much attention to stable. But from a tutorial standpoint, I've resigned myself that it's probably a better idea just to base the tutorials off of the stable builds. What difference between Bright Nights and CDDA would you give to people looking for a quick rundown? I cannot answer that question. I have not played Bright Nights. I have no interest in playing Bright Nights, and I don't keep track of the changes in Bright Nights. So you'll have to find a different source for that one. Same thing is true with Aftershock. Same thing is true with most of the larger things. They're not mods. They're now forks. Bright Night is a completely different game. It's Cataclysm forked, and now they've taken off and done their own thing with it. So it's not just a simple mod, it's an actual different game. But I have not played it, I have no interest in playing it, so I don't have a way of comparing or explaining to people what the differences are. Aftershock, I similarly have never played, have no interest in playing, and can't really answer. Except butter. Butter, always best answer. Currently. Again, you can't say always, because somebody's going to come along and throw up a dissertation on the disadvantages of the pure butter diet, and all of a sudden butter will make you vomit, or butter will have a higher negative health consequence. Things change. We've gone through multiple food metas. I mean, raise your hand if you ate a lot of pine nuts. I ate lots of pine nuts. I had I was under a pine nut feast for, I don't know, quite a long time. Pine nuts were all the rage. I think before that it was raw fat, which still actually held through the pine nut stage. I think it was raw fat, but then that got given the chance for giving you parasites and some other negatives, and we've been through stages. It changes. So... Yeah, I don't have anything bad to say about Aftershock. I've just never been interested in playing it myself. Now, are you playing the mod Aftershock, or are you playing the completely different game world Aftershock? And I'm not even sure they've released that yet. Are they doing that yet in Aftershock? My understanding is Aftershock is forking and basically becoming a completely different... It's literally set on a different planet. It's not just Earth invaded in the future. It's a totally different planet with a totally different story and lore and so on. So that's the way Aftershock is heading, as far as I'm aware. Previous to those changes and maintainers taking it over and going a different way with it, it was regarded largely as a dumping ground for the crazier parts of Cataclysm that got cut. They would just dump them into Aftershock as kind of a holding area for some of the wackier abilities and CBMs and more futuristic scientific-y stuff that got pruned out. So I know that's no longer the case, and it hasn't been that way for a little while. But again, I stay pretty close to vanilla nowadays. Haven't delved much into the mod scene in quite a bit. What makes me laugh, though, I laugh quite hard every time I see people will talk about how easy the game is and how there's no challenge and all that, and then a few minutes later they'll have some separate conversation with somebody and they'll post a screenshot of their character, and their character will be things like 20 strength, 18 dex, 15 intelligence, 24 perception, with every single mutation possible, with every single bionic possible, with magicalism, and they've got all of the classes of magic when they're supposed to be diametrically opposed and you're only supposed to have one side of the opposition. and stuff like that. And I just laugh. Oh my goodness. They're obviously also running stats do skills and stats do kills and Aftershock and all this other stuff. So, whatever. They're having fun with it, great, but to complain that the game's too easy when they're running all that stuff, it seems a little disingenuous to me. Mod, they are forking, don't think it's fully up yet. That matches with my current understanding of the status. I know there's Keenan's mod pack, something like that. Somebody's tries to pull in a bunch of mods and is attempting to keep them up to date enough that they'll function. So, CBMs will soon not be available from zombies. No, you're wrong. CBMs now are not available from zombies. They haven't been for a little while now. They got taken out a month ago? A few weeks ago? I forget exactly. But yeah, you can't get CBMs from zombies anymore. That's been true for a bit. They're now relegated to the Exodi creatures, the cyborgs, or zomborgs, or whatever they're called. You like the sci-fi aspects of Cataclysm, love how customizable the game is, and what you said is so true. Prefer slower zombies, but 2 times the pop. Yeah, that's the joy. That is the beauty and the joy of this particular game, is just the overwhelming number of customization options. You gotta play the game a bit, get an understanding of what's going on, and then a big part of what I'm here for and what I do is just try to help people understand what you can do in this menu. What does it mean when you set different world options, and how are they affecting the gameplay? But just this screen alone allows you to tailor the gameplay experience massively in how difficult it's going to be and what kind of gameplay you're going to experience. Much less even going into the character screen where you're picking various scenarios and start locations and character build types and so on. And then have access to a debug menu if something wrong pops up or you disagree with how something works. I mean, a lot of times people complain about a particular small feature, function, or item stat, and all they got to do is go to the debug menu and instantly work around it and go about their business. Or if they're in experimental builds, something breaks, there's usually ways around whatever broke. So their run isn't trash. They just need to put 2 seconds of effort in, and they can end run around the problem and keep on playing. So they're all possible. But again, everybody play it how you want it. I'm going to keep saying it. I don't care how you play your game. It is a single-player game. You play it how you want. I don't denigrate anybody for choosing to play in a style or manner different than I do. I just want you to be aware of what changes you're making and what kind of effect they're going to have. Okay, I'm not getting much done on this play. I'm not sure I'm going to get much Cataclysm play done, especially play now. Yeah, let's hold off on that for a second. Let me back over somewhere else here. That is not the screen I want to look at. That's not what I want to look at either. Go back into that. Ah, that's where I wanted to be. I'm still new to this YouTube streaming stuff. Been too long. Alright, I've made a few mentions. Let me talk a little bit about things I'm going to be doing and or changing here. And also do a little bit of shameless, self-promotion shilling. So, yay, we hit 10,000 subscribers. That is awesome. All thanks to you folks for hanging with me as I build up this little teeny tiny channel on this little teeny tiny game, at least in internet YouTube standards. None of it's possible without direct support from all of you folks. Anybody that thinks that I'm paying any bills based on YouTube revenue, ad revenue, you are wrong. You are completely wrong. So if you have the ability to support the channel directly, please do so. Even if it's not my channel, any small content creators you are consuming a large amount of quantity from or you really enjoy, please find a way to support them directly. I can't overstate it enough. It's so massively important. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I could go wash dishes at McDonald's one night a week for half a shift and make more money than I make on YouTube revenue or Twitch revenue. So I can't understate enough how much folks that are subscribing, are tipping directly, or any of that stuff helps. It's greatly helpful. It helps continue being able to produce content for the channel and grow the channel. So if you have that option, please go for it. I promise not to shill at you directly, and I think I do this, once every 2 years is what I average of me coming on screen and actually, promoting the work, the channel, and such. So if you have the option, please do so. I will continue to give you my honest opinions and thoughts about the games that I do play, Cataclysm and others. No fake drama, no fake hysterics, no faces that I put on thumbnails, none of that stuff. I try to keep the interfering screen elements of little fancy borders and camera windows and scrolling things and animations and all that to a minimum, not to obstruct the gameplay. So all of that does take a toll, and I'm terrible at self-promotion. So not understand that for a small channel creator, small content creator, especially one like me who's focusing primary content on a tiny niche game, there are only so many views I could possibly get. I commonly get asked, hey, how come you don't edit up your videos and put in production values and do all this stuff? Well, there's no return on investment. I mean, it's just that simple. There's just no benefit to it. Would it make the videos better? Absolutely. No doubt. The videos would be better. They would be more consumable for a YouTube audience. But here's the problem. I'm playing a tiny niche game. It's got a very dedicated, very rabid fan base, but they're tiny. The scale of the economics is such that they cannot, by themselves, generate ad revenue in a way that is going to make any meaningful difference in my life or the ability to generate content for the channel. Even if I did all those things and I doubled my view numbers, it still is not going to pay any bills. So Your direct contributions to my channel, any other content channel, when they're a small creator, super, super important. Can't stress it enough. Try to find a way to throw them the cost of a Happy Meal once a month if you can manage it. I try to make as many options as possible to make it as painless as possible. And as part of that process, I am considering turning on memberships here on the YouTube side. I have avoided doing so up until now, but I'm not going to be able to avoid it too much longer. I've been very quietly and happily producing content basically on my own dime for 4 years, and we're coming to a point where that's going to have to change. So either there's going to be additional direct support from some source, or I'm going to have to change up how we do things. And memberships is one way. If I do institute it, initially there will be no change. Nobody's going to get locked out of anything. I'm just going to turn them on. If people want to support me through memberships here on YouTube, that'll be great. That'll be fine. I'll be very appreciative, and we'll be able to grow the channel some. I only need like 2%. 2%. That's all I'm looking for. No great number. 10,000 subscribers. If 2% of that base would throw me $5 a month, then we'd have no issues, and the channel will be growing, and I could do more fun things with it. So I'm not looking for a huge landslide or anything like that, but anything. So memberships, I'm thinking of turning them on, a couple of different levels where basically $5, $10, $20 type thing. If you can support, great. Not going to get locked out of anything. I'm not going to paywall anything behind the membership stuff. It'll just be there for people to help support the channel if you're not able to do so through the Streamlabs PayPal link or through my Patreon or anything like that. So we'll do that for a while. If after a while that gets no buzz, nobody wants to do that, everybody wants to consume the content for free forever, then I'll be forced at some point to start moving something behind a paywall. If I do that, just to warn you, I'm only going to do it with new content initially, so people that are in that membership stream will get different content just specifically for that group. But I will not be removing or changing anything with the existing content. So, and then once again, we'll let that go for a while, and if there's still no changes or no direct support from anybody, then I'll move it all behind a paywall. I'll just tell you now, it'll happen. I'll just put it all behind the paywall, and I'll just go work at the McDonald's for 1 day a week. So I can't do it forever for free, basically, is what I'm saying. So that's one thing. Now that we got that out of the way, that horrendous piece of stuff that I'm sure is going to get me all sorts of really fun comments. Next thing I want to talk about, Discord Nitro. Anybody here know what Discord Nitro is? For the 5 people, no, for the 2 people that might. If you have Discord Nitro and you're not using it, please visit my Discord and boost the channel. It's basically an upgraded Discord that gets you stuff, and it gets you what's called channel boosts, and you can apply those boosts to the Discord or creator of your choice. So it's something you get just by having Discord Nitro. But if you have it and you're not currently using it for anything you care about, if you could drop by and boost the channel, I need like 6 more. I only need like 6 more boosts, and that will get us to the tier 2, which will unlock some options that will allow me to do some fun things for everybody. Hey there, Rubber Bailey. Here's 4 months. Been watching for about that long. Cool. Thank you very much. That is greatly, greatly appreciated. Can't tell you enough. I hate self-promotion. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Somebody tried to name the last time I did anything like this, where I actually got up front and told you guys, support the channel. I've just been quietly posting links where people could do it. I don't spam you guys with like, comment, subscribe. I don't do any of that nonsense. I like to keep it all low-key, but I can't do it forever. I didn't want to do it earlier because I wanted to make sure I had an established presence. I proved myself, both my technical capabilities, my gameplay abilities, and my consistency. I wanted to have that established before I started putting my hand out and saying, hey, at some point, there's got to be some give back somewhere. So YouTube revenue ain't it, and Twitch revenue is not it either. So it's all basically direct support from the customers or from the viewers. But yeah, I very much appreciate that. Thank you. So yeah, pretty much everything I've gotten from any of the larger times I've asked or I've done things has gone directly to equipment. We got the lights, we got the camera, the microphone. It's just been rolled back in. So, but no, I don't make a living wage off of any of my internet stuff by a very, very large margin. If I can just talk 2% of my audience into tossing a $5 at me once in a while, that would pretty much cover all the channel expenses and allow me to actually do some upgrades and do some other fun stuff I've hoped to do for a long time. So just think about it, consider it. Not forcing you to do anything, not taking anything away from you, just putting it out there. Discord Nitro boosts, if you have any, either here live or when anybody sees this later, and you're not using them, please drop by my Discord and boost the channel. Just need 6 more and we'll get to tier 2 and I'll be able to upgrade several things that will be fun. Streamlabs, the Streamlabs link that I put down below for tips and all that, just so you know, they changed that whole process. Excuse me. They changed that whole process somewhat. You used to use it to just send direct tips to my PayPal account, which is the most efficient way to do it. The least number of fees are taken out from that. They've updated it so you can set it up as a monthly recurring, just like a subscription. You pick an amount, you say monthly, off it goes. And then once a month, they notify you when you can press a button and you get the on-screen, hey, so-and-so donated message. But it's now set up to be a monthly thing. The reason it might be beneficial if you're able to use it is that when you do it that way, Twitch is not taking 50%, YouTube's not taking 30%, and so on. It's the most efficient way to transfer money, literally, from you to me to help support the channel. Subscription options from the other ways are great, and I'm happy to use them and take advantage of them, but they take a pretty hefty chunk off. So if you don't want that and you want to transfer directly, the PayPal directly through that is the best way to do it. And you can set up a recurring monthly one through that system. Next up, I talked about those. Oh yeah. All right. So here's the meat and potatoes. If I do the membership stuff, I need feedback on what kinds of content or videos you would like to see on the membership side. This would be separate from everything I'm doing currently. All the tutorial, all the new player guides, all that stuff will always be free on YouTube. Never going to change that. The challenge series are currently still going to be transferred over that I do on Twitch during my live streams. Those are not going to change either for the foreseeable future. So what kind of other content could I create and add on that is more short form oriented, that memberships would be benefited by? Is it strategy discussions? Is it focusing on particular bionics or mutation lines and talking about those? Doing a play now run every once in a while? What kinds of things do you think would be fair to put behind a membership paywall that's short form content, not 80-hour challenges or anything like that, that we could put? And I'm looking for feedback on that. Like I said, not changing anything right now. Nobody's getting locked out of anything. Just looking for feedback and information. General Happy Pie, thank you very much. Cheers, got me into this. Here's some more biscuits for Zombie Dog. I'm raiding Costco tomorrow. We're raiding the mega store. I got to suit up, get my toughest shoes on, and you know, find my largest backpack, and I'm going in. I'm hitting Costco because the bag is almost empty. I know, Zombie Dog. It's down to here. Yes, that is the crinkling noise. Uh-oh. That is the crinkling noise you hear, is me yanking that bag out. No, Zombie Dog, I'm sorry. I did not mean to summon you. I did not mean to summon you, buddy. Okay. Yeah, so, short form membership benefits that I could do. I'm looking for some kind of feedback on that. Let's talk about the tutorial series real quick. So, I am planning, and I'm sorry if I missed anybody's donations on any of the other sources or anything else. I got a lot of screens going on. I'm trying to get a lot of talking done. So a blanket thank you to everybody that is pitching in. I see a number of entries rolling through. So again, thank you very much. The tutorial series. Here's my thoughts. Let me actually, I have info prepared. I might just read it instead of trying to explain it. My plan is, and this is more pertinent for newer players that are approaching the game, is I'm going to do a 3-episode tutorial focused or based on the 0.f, whatever the most recent version is. I think it's 0.f. I think we're up to 3 revisions already, so 0.f TAC 3. Part 1 focusing on introduction, installation, and initial configuration. So hello, welcome to Cataclysm. Here are general things you need to know and understand. Here are resources that I'm going to point you to that will be valuable in helping you and getting questions answered and learning. Installation, which should be pretty straightforward and simple. And then initial configuration. That means how to change the resolution, how to set up a tile set, how to install a sound pack, and get it looking and sounding in a pretty decent form. All PC-based. No, I'm not going into Android. No, I'm not going into any other operating systems. I'm not going to focus on the launcher, just the basic game itself. So that'll be that video. And then part 3 will be world and character creation, general info and demonstrations, as well as jumping into the game and then giving basic interface explanations. What does this mean? What does this mean? What is this? How do I change the sizes? And so on. So just a 3-parter. So I don't know how long each one will be. I'm hoping for an hour or less just to keep them accessible. That'll be it for those. Then I'm also going to create 3 characters and worlds as samples for new players to download. I'm going to create a GitHub site or a GitHub page inside of which I'll have an option for new players to download basically a character pack. It'll have 3 characters. They can download it, just copy the folders into their world folder. That way when they load up Cataclysm, they can just go load, pick the character they're kind of interested in, and it pops them right into the world. I'll have already generated the world, generated the character, and I will create a video for each of those 3 characters. And I'll basically walk them through the first day of gameplay with that character, talking about how it's built, why I picked certain traits, how to take advantage of the strengths of the character, what weaknesses to avoid. And because I'll have pre-generated the world, I'll also teleport around in that little world area so it fixes or sets as many of the randoms as possible. They'll be able to, step by step, key press by key press, follow along with me within that and enable them to an extent, it won't last very long, but to an extent, they'll be able to go through and actually do exactly what I'm doing. And I think that will help quite a bit in the initial learning curve, learning cliff. So they have 3 different characters they can choose from. I'll make them wildly different. One super strong martial arts mega warrior guy, one smarter with other bonuses. I don't know yet, but GitHub site for them to download those. And I have tentative plans for also creating and making available through that GitHub site challenge adventures where I set up a challenge. I set up certain enemies in certain places. I create a storyline like I do my themes, and then I save that and I make it available for people to download if they want, and they can take on the challenge. Another semi sort of idea. But definitely the 3-episode tutorial, 3 test characters that people can then load into and use, and they can watch my video if they'd like to learn how to play those characters. So that is the tentative plan for that part of things. I can't think of anything that would not work with that. So my interest is basically easing new players in as much as possible. I'll have a much cleaner video, of course, because we've got all the better production quality and so on, which will be great, but it'll also be more current, and I think that will be the best way to actually introduce people. I did have another request, so if anybody gets to this point later in the VOD, pay attention. I have a request. I've been asked a few times today, do I have favorite memories? Do I have favorite characters or challenges? I have a task for you folks, my audience, the viewers. If you can think of / remember a favorite moment, sequence, activity of something fun, horrifying, exciting, interesting happening during one of my series, if you can find it and then send me the timestamp for that, I want to put together kind of a highlight reel for a why should you play Cataclysm little spiel. I'm terrible at creative video making type endeavors. I'm not Seath. I'm not going to be doing that kind of thing. But if we can find some short, interesting snippets that don't take a truly astounding amount of gameplay knowledge to understand the circumstances, if I can get enough of those, I'd like to string them together as kind of a highlight reel. So if you're trying to introduce your best friend to Cataclysm, you can say, here, go watch this video. If it looks like something you would have fun with, then here's this tutorial, and you can go through that. So if you guys can remember specific instances that don't require, like I said, an overwhelming amount of knowledge regarding how the gameplay works to make it understandable to somebody from the outside of Cataclysm, which might be a tough sell. A lot of this stuff is pretty pretty Cataclysm specific. I mean, I might get excited because I understand why it's a dangerous situation, but communicating that to somebody new to the game might be tough. It's not like posting a 10-second 360 no-scope headshot of an awesome Fortnite kill or something. So it's going to be a little harder to communicate. But if you can come up with anything like that, and you can do me the favor of locating it, time-stamping it and sending me that either in the comments or on my Discord or somewhere, I'll try to string those together into a highlight reel. That way we can have something a little more coherent to show new players than not having something. So I think we suffer a bit in growing the community and not having something like that. Just put a compilation of lockpicking with cars and trees. Every time Vormithrax says, successful lockpick, and shows me smashing a window or ramming a pharmacy back wall with a vehicle or so on. Just do a Vormithrax's lockpicking thing. We could do that. We could possibly do that. But yeah, that's another thing I'm hoping for and I'm trying to work on. All right. So again, all the folks that have been very generously donating to help support, thank you very, very much. I do see them. There are a number of them in there. Some of them with names I don't want to say, so I'm going to just give a blanket thank you to everybody. Let's go ahead and move on. That is enough of me shilling. Expect a bit more of it on the down low, though. I'm going to have to step up my shilling self-promotion game. Sitting quietly and waiting for the rewards to come in is not working after 4 years, so we're going to change gears. So don't be offended if you see some more occasional harangues from Vormithrax about, you know, tossing them a $5. Okay, let me check through chat real quick. I think I missed a few while I was just yabbering away. What's the most efficient way to get you money? I mentioned that. Hopefully it answered the question. That would definitely be through the link I have in all of my videos, including this one. That is the Streamlabs PayPal link. The only reason Streamlabs is involved in that, by the way, is so that the notification system can appear on screen. You can always just go to my PayPal link directly and just send it to me straight up. For reference purposes, I mentioned that Twitch grabs 50% of a tier 1 sub, which is a $5 subscription. YouTube grabs 30% typically. And if you go just directly to PayPal, if your interest is in economy of fees, then direct submission through PayPal is by far the best. It averages out to about 3% to 15%. It depends on factors like the amount, because there are mandatory minimums involved. So the percent can vary a bit. But on the best end, I've seen 3% for a large single donation that came in. PayPal just took 3%. That was it. Everything else went straight to me. The highest end I've seen, I believe, is 17%, but that was a very small donation and currency conversion was involved. So there were additional fees. But even at the very highest end, we're talking a world of difference in the efficiency of supporting. And again, I'm not saying it just for me. If you have other small channel creators, I am railing on behalf of all of us. Do not assume that anybody is getting by with revenue from advertising. The vast majority of viewers are ad blocking everything, and there's just, in addition to the streaming platforms being pretty unfriendly environments for small content creators. So if it's a small content creator and they're focusing on some niche product, game, whatever, your direct support is absolutely the only way they're ever going to survive and be able to continue creating content. That's how they all die. The quality ones. I mean, people doing crap for crap, I mean, whatever. They get what they deserve. But if somebody's honestly committed to their craft and is doing their best to improve and to provide content that you're consuming large quantities of, then it's very, very much up to the viewership to keep those folks going and growing. What else did I miss? OnlyFans incoming? Absolutely not. No OnlyFans, no singing, no hot tubs, no false drama, no crying. There's no crying in Cataclysm. None of that. Just me dying horribly, making idiotic, stupid mistakes, and letting you see me do it, and laughing while it happens. That's what you're going to get here. You think after it fully releases and a few updates, you'll check out Nearly Dead, real-time version of CDDA? No, I will not. I have no interest in it. Somebody can try to counter me and prove me wrong, but my understanding of Nearly Dead, the research I've done, the things I've seen, is that it's CDDA, and I'll probably get grief for saying this, but it's CDDA mods and devs from Korea cashing in on a free community-built game. It's the exact same stats, it's the exact same subject matter, it's the exact same everything, except it's real-time, which we already have a version of, and it's got a different graphical style. It's called Project Zomboid. We've already got that established. That's already been done. So I have no interest whatsoever in Nearly Dead. And like I said, somebody that knows better than me can come on and correct me wherever they'd like to. But I am not interested in any way, shape, or form. It's a tepid, completely watered down, gutted version of literally Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead by folks that were mods and developers for Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead, cashing in on Dark Days Ahead. So, harsh or not, that's my current opinion based on the information that I have. If I'm wrong, I'll be happy to be corrected. I have absolutely no problem being wrong and then having people correct me. But no, I don't plan on playing Nearly Dead. What else did I miss? Have you heard of Space Station 13? I have. I've never actually played it. I've heard it's pretty janky, janky. I haven't actually looked into it directly. Trying out new games based on membership polls. That is a potential. I could post a poll with several games that I am eyeballing and see what the members think or feel. Here's one problem I have. So I mentioned setting up memberships in YouTube. I haven't done it. I've been here for 4 or 5 years now. One reason I've been holding off is with the different support options available, here's the conundrum. Am I fragmenting my supporter base by having memberships and such in different locations? So here's my example. I have Patreon supporters. If I have Patreon supporters and I have YouTube membership, how do I reconcile people that are supporting me directly on Patreon not having access to membership-only benefits on YouTube? Same thing when we draw Twitch into the equation. If I have somebody supporting me with a tier 3 sub on Twitch, which is like a $25 a month sub, they don't automatically have access to membership restricted content on YouTube. So I'm worried about pissing off people that are supporting me one way by not allowing them access to content I've got walled off another way. So it's a bit of a spaghetti mess. I'm not really sure how to address it without me having to upload different copies to multiple places to make sure that everybody's got access, and then I have to keep track of who's got what, and it gets really, really ugly. So I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to handle that kind of thing, and I don't know if there's going to be a problem. People that support me on Patreon may not care. They just support me because they encourage the work and they want to support me. They may not be all that worried or interested about little bennies that the memberships over on the YouTube side get. I don't know. Till I do it and I experience it or suffer the consequences of it, it's hard for me to plan that kind of thing. Why did my chat screen zoom around all over the place? All right, I'm out of order now. I'm sure I'm missing some chats. Vorm interacting with NPCs must be a favorite. Well, I guess Vorm having yet another NPC instigated meltdown would be the thing. Yeah, sort of like why the Silly Fresh commented when I asked about videos that highlight. I do really, really like my video, Why Vorm Loves the Cataclysm and Proof That It Hates Him in Return. I think it's an awesome example and an awesome video, except that damn rain noise. Anybody good with audio software that can totally remove that stupid rain noise? Oh, that gets old. That's like an hour of that rain patter. That's the only thing I hate about that video. The non-stop loud rainfall. If I could have that stripped out, I just don't have the audio engineering experience to strip that audio out. And it's a single track, so it's not like I've got separate tracks that people can work with. So I don't know if it's possible, but if somebody thinks they know how to do it, I'd be happy to send them the file and they can try to strip it out. And I'll trim it up and try to make a better version of it. But it's a bit longish. It's asking a bit. if you wanted your buddy to kind of get an idea of Cataclysm. The annoying sound effects, I think, would put some people off. And it's a bit on the long side. You'd have to grab a good size pizza and beer, a couple beers, to make it through that video. If it didn't catch you immediately, I don't know. Maybe it catches people immediately. I've had a lot of good feedback on that one, but yeah, who knows. Sammy M, you got a Patreon? I do. I do have one. I don't mention it because I hate self-promotion and I'm bad at it. So here is my once every 2 years self-promotion spiel, for which the comments section of this video later will get plenty of comments about how it's not worth it and the videos suck and the editing's terrible and so on. Hey there, Hair Dulles. Not often I can actually watch a stream instead of just YouTube vids. Yeah, this is not much of a Cataclysm stream. This is mostly Vorm chats for 3.5 hours. My voice is starting to get a little rough. I'm actually chatting more than I usually do, of course. But I got lots to talk about. I got a lot of people to chat with and a lot of questions to answer. So we're getting that done. I got enough Cataclysm gameplay on the channel. Space Station 13 is a lot of fun, but it's a multiplayer social game. Yeah. I've heard varying things about it. I've heard good things, I've heard bad things, I've heard things. But I have no direct experience or knowledge, so I can't really comment on. Don't think anyone uses YouTube memberships in real life. Maybe put everything on Patreon. I've considered it, but it's partly due to a facing public knowledge kind of standpoint. Some people have issues with Patreon. Some people have issues with Twitch. Some people have issue with YouTube. I try to be as inclusive as possible, provide as many various options as possible, so that there's not a one source fail point where a segment of the population might not be able to support me because I have everything going through one source. So it's complicated. It's an issue. I don't know how best to solve it. But I don't want to put everything behind Patreon and only have the links available to there. It's still going to go to YouTube or some other, I forget what the other streaming solutions are for people to send things to. So I don't know. There's a lot of possibilities there. I think the least impactful one that I can come up with is that I create membership options, but don't hide anything behind the memberships. So if I go that route, and like I talked about earlier, and that is my plan, if I do institute memberships, it's going to be a no-impact membership, meaning nothing's going to change about what's on the channel, how it gets to the channel, and so on. Nobody's locked out of anything. But the membership will have small secondary benefits, like you get a Discord note, you get to be a higher rank in my Discord channel, you get priority on voting for a new game, or things like that. So try to make it as low-key as possible, where people have access to the memberships, whether they care about the benefits or not. They can just click the YouTube button because they trust YouTube and they like YouTube or whatever, and they can sub directly through YouTube. Now, there's still a cut involved. I mean, it's still a 70-30 split for me, at least at that level. So it's not the most efficient way, but it's the convenient way and the way that people might feel safest. There are downsides to all of the ways, all of the methods to support. So I just want to make sure everybody knows the advantages, the disadvantages, the benefits, and so on. And then pick your own method. But absolute, above and beyond everything, I've got to hammer home to everybody that just sitting back and consuming content for years and never supporting the content creator is bad economics. They're going to go away. They can't support that at the small scale. I mean, once a channel has grown to 100,000 subscribers, the economy changes. Then viewership and ad revenue rises to an extent that direct support from consumers is not as important. But at the early stages, YouTube and Twitch both are incredibly non-friendly to small content or niche content creators. So if your joy is some game you really like but nobody covers, or some craft or hobby or whatever, make sure you're doing whatever you can from within whatever level you can afford to support that content creator. That's all there is to it. It's very simple. How you go about it then becomes all the variables. All right. Why do you think games like CDDA, Dwarf Fortress, and such have so small communities compared to other titles? Oh, it's definitely a graphical barrier. Absolutely. It's also a difficulty to learn barrier. It's very, very difficult. It's a huge game. It's just, they're tough. They're tough nuts to crack. CDDA and Dwarf Fortress both. I think Dwarf Fortress, to talk about that one for a second, yes, I've played Dwarf Fortress over the decades that it's been in development. I haven't in the last, I don't know, 8 years or so. I have no interest in playing Dwarf Fortress any longer. I've already played the basic gameplay loops. I know what's there. I've done it. Slapping a new interface on it and some graphics on it is not going to change my mind. So no, I'm not excited about Dwarf Fortress coming to Steam. I think that gameplay style has iterated far enough with lots of new releases like RimWorld and all the associated other colony management games that I don't feel enough of a draw to go back to that gameplay style just because it's got a little bit of a graphics polish to it. The same could be said of Cataclysm, but I feel a lot more comfort in Cataclysm in regards to the environment, my ability to mod my gameplay in various ways, and so on. But they're tough sales. They're tough. And there's a lot of times people will say, well, if Cataclysm was easier to learn, I would play it. Well, there's a problem there. If you want a humongous, crunchy, full of detail, full of variety, full of options game, you're going to get a crunchy, full of options, full of details interface to interact with that game. You can't have one without the other. They go hand in hand. So you can clean it up to some degree and you can add certain things, but this game is just so massive and sprawling and Frankensteinian in how it's developed and the types of things that are possible. You can't just put like a radial menu in that lets you go through easy options. Your radial menu is going to have another radial menu attached to a third radial menu with 400 drop-downs just to get through all of the options that might be possible in a particular circumstance. So could it be better? Absolutely. But you're still not going to get away from the complexity. You want a big, huge, sprawling game, you get a bit of a big, huge, sprawling interface. So... Hi, Vorm. When are you starting the Project Zomboid Challenge? When people stop asking me questions and stop chatting at me. They're almost 3.5 hours in, and we're still going strong. So, my intent, I mean, it's supposed to be a celebration stream for us achieving 10,000 subscribers here on YouTube. That was my only intent. I wasn't sure what I was going to do during, so I kind of threw out, well, we'll play some Cataclysm, and I'll play some Zomboid. Cataclysm, I can't really concentrate on what I'm doing. I would like to get Zomboid in, though. I would like to actually try out that CDDA challenge on Zomboid. I think that'll be hilarious for both me and for you guys to see me just fail horrifically over and over again. So I do want to give that a few tries. So we'll probably bag the attempt at playing Cataclysm. It's mostly background, and it's there for me to be able to demonstrate things for people. Folks are asking me questions, so I'm demonstrating. I'm pretty nifty with the debug menu and teleporting around and demonstrating stuff. So don't be shy, as always, as you I'm sure heard me say during my live stream challenges over on Twitch. If you have questions, feel free to ask them. I should mention, in addition to this live stream, in addition to the potentially opening up the membership options, and I've talked about how I want to roll those out and the impact levels and how I might change things. All of this is up for your guys' feedback. I don't censor or edit anybody's comments in the comment sections. If you want to call me a big dummy face, fine. Call me a big dummy face. Explain to me how I'm doing things wrong. I got absolutely no problem with that. Keep it civil. The only time there's an issue is, you know, direct personal attacks filled with profanity and threatening zombie dog, that kind of stuff. YouTube usually catches those, and I don't really have to do much with them. But that's the only kind of content I will ever censor or edit. So you guys want to point out mistakes? Point out my mistakes. I make lots of them. Go for it. So I don't mind all that stuff. So I want your feedback. I'm just going to be more upfront that in order to move forward in any significant way, additional support is going to be necessary. But beyond that, for content on the channel, I am going to be streaming more directly to YouTube. So you folks that enjoy being able to interact with me on YouTube as opposed to having to watch a canned live stream over from Twitch, I will be scheduling in specific YouTube times. I don't know when that might be. If you have preferences, that's another thing to make sure you let me know in the comment sections of the various videos. I'll be looking for some feedback on when you might want to see me. For now, my tentative plan is to do 2 YouTube dedicated live streams each week. I'll probably do it similarly to the way I'm doing things with my Twitch stuff, where I have 4-hour blocks. So I'll set aside a couple of 4-hour blocks in my week to do directly to the YouTube side, and which games I play and all that. That's all fine. You guys, your input is going to be important there. So I will be doing some direct live streaming to the YouTube side. I'm going to try to start doing some more tailored YouTube content specifically. I have some ideas on some things I'd like to do that don't require me to be on camera while I do it. So more canned content that I can actually edit and put together. Just understand that I edit with a chainsaw, so that's part of the draw. I know you guys love my chainsaw rough edits where I chop 8-hour live streams or 4-hour live streams up into 1-hour bits and just send them on over, live and unfiltered. Warning, the drunk effect is so bad on PZ that you need to walk or you will spin in place. Well, that sounds fun. I like it. Was there ever an ambiguous amphibian Vorm Project Zomboid live stream? There has not yet been. I have not yet deigned to bother His Majesty Ambiguous Amphibian. So I am biding my time. My intent, and I've stated it during the Zomboid streams, is that I'm going to learn the basics of the game, get some practice in, get the very bare bones understood and behind me. Then I will go knock on Ambiguous Amphibian's door and request his glorious presence as an almighty overlord guiding my every move in a ride-along type of live stream. So I'll ask him to do for me what I did for him on Cataclysm. And we do have plans, tentatively, to do another one of those. I have a particular specific challenge and world setup that I'd like him to attempt. I have tailored it, I have built it, I've created, I have honed it, and I think it'll be a fun one for him to go after, and I'll just ride along and answer questions as he might have them. But it's hard to kind of... He's done some moving, and he's had other stuff going on, so getting a matchup of times that we can do things is not the easiest thing. You can't understand the lack of mouse interaction? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Watch. Watch. Mouse! I am mousing! I'm mousing! What else can I do with the mouse? There was the multi-drop. I can select things with the mouse with the multi-drop. I am mousing my way through these. I am not pressing the keyboard. You can mouse. It is mouse capable. It's just not mouse centric. So, like I said, you're not going to right-click and get a radial dial or anything, because the dial would have, you'd pick, and then there'd be another dial it would connect to, and then another dial it would connect to, and then another dial it would connect to. Otherwise, when you open the radial dial, each section of the pie would be about 3 microns or pixels across, and you wouldn't be able to read the text. There's just so many options. I mean, take a look. Pick any of these. Actions. Combat. There's how many there? Actions, inventory. That one's not too bad. So, yeah, you know. It could be better, but given the nature of how this game changes, good luck. Yes, you do also have to verify that your computer is not a potato. I believe I've got the recording options on this live stream set so that the VOD people can watch afterwards will include the chat, I think. Like I said, I haven't streamed to YouTube in quite a while, so I'm fuzzy on the details, but I think I switched the option on that should allow that. So hopefully folks catching this later can keep an eye on who's saying what. Yeah, it depends largely on the control schemes and how much you could or couldn't do. I mean, my 90% of my control on Cataclysm is keyboard related. I mean, all the movement and all that kind of stuff. I could move my hand over to the mouse and point at things to get the information screen to come up, but then I have to move my hand back onto my keypad to do all the movement stuff. Well, not all of it, but to be precise about it. I would hate to accidentally click too far when I was trying to move. In those times where a single space could be incredibly, extremely important. So... Oh, people have any issues with the Twitch? I know there's differences between performance regarding whether it's the Twitch application versus like just a website, and a mobile or desktop is going to make a difference and all that. But yeah, I don't know. I am pretty PC centric in those regards. I don't deal much with mobile implementations or issues and all that. Okay, let's hit save on here. Last chance. Anybody got any Cataclysm questions? I'm about to switch it over to the Project Zomboid screen. So I'll do a final call for anybody that has shown up just recently. Last call. Do you have any Cataclysm actual gameplay interface type questions? I'll let that settle in with the, I think we got like an 8-second delay between when I speaketh and when you heareth. Being able to see the chat during the Twitch VOD re-uploads. Problem is I have to actually put chat on the screen. I don't have a native ability to just include Twitch chat on anything I send over to YouTube. I would have to actually mirror the chat on screen and then send that over. And I really don't like that. I just don't like it. I mentioned earlier that I really try hard to keep my screen real estate as game involved as possible. I mean, I've got a camera, but I don't have one of those, my bedroom, living room cameras showing the background. To minimize the amount of space that's being taken. I don't have a weird border around my screen and a bunch of flashing icons and rolling advertisements and escalating numbers and all that kind of stuff. I really, really personally prefer to keep a nice, clean gaming interface and keep it on that and not put too much other stuff on there. So having a big block of my game screen taken up by chat information, I don't think it's beneficial enough to be worth the hassle. I think it would put off more people than would gain anything from having that available. So, came up long ago. When I first started streaming, it was mentioned. I looked into it. I kind of tested it a bit, and I decided I really didn't want to do that. Hey there, Vendedirt. Welcome, welcome. Thanks very much. When is Vorm going to plunge into the amazing mods that are being developed? Which amazing mods? Convince me. Which mods are we talking about? I stay pretty close to vanilla these days, partly because my brain is already oversaturated with Cataclysm. I can't remember what I did in 3 days earlier during the same challenge, much less trying to keep track of Cataclysm and all the variants that might be possible. And I don't find all that much personal fun from a lot of the stuff that gets changed or gets added, so you'd have to convince me. Just stopping in, started to watch your vids, love your CDD and Zomboid content. Yeah, I don't have a lot of the Zomboid content yet. We're learning to love Zomboid. I'd been avoiding it for quite a while. I had just dabbled, just dipped my toe into Zomboid half a dozen times over years, never playing more than about 30 minutes at any one time. And I got heavily into Cataclysm and then just set it aside for the most part. So I was finally convinced after, you know, constant barrages of people asking me if I played it. to give it a solid actual go, and we're having fun with it. It's a good time. I am learning. I'm still in the early stages, but you guys are basically seeing all of my learning. I actually did skip a couple of hours prior to the current series that's running. I died several times before that start of that series, but that's pretty much it. Otherwise, you've seen my entire Project Zomboid experience and my learning curve. I think it's going well. We're still alive. I may tomorrow's Sunday. I probably won't play tomorrow. I might play Monday morning. Is Keenan's mod pack a good all-in-one package? Do I just activate all mods? I have a hard time answering mod questions because I don't use any. I'm aware of Keenan's mod pack. I'm aware it's basically a conglomeration of a bunch of mods. How well Keenan's mod pack is kept up to date, that I don't know. And it's also going to matter greatly on whether you're playing stable or whether you're playing experimental. If you're constantly updating, all mod packs are going to be problematic. All of them. Because the game's going to update in experimental, and then you got to wait out the mod pack author making whatever changes are needed that might be breaking your game. So, stable and mod packs, not quite as bad. Experimental and mod packs, constant hassle. That I do know. But I don't use anything in Keenan's, and I have never installed it, so I don't know specifics on it. Any unexpected zombie variants do you think we should be especially scared of? Love your streams. Congrats on 10K. No, I've. It seems like they're getting a little out of hand to my feelings in regards to iterating the same variations across every single living being in the world. What I mean by that is we had zombies, we had acid zombies, we had electrical zombies, we had skeleton zombies, and we had like Hulk zombies. Now we've got acid dogs, electric dogs, Hulk dogs. We've got acid, electrical. It seems like they're just going through every single living creature in the game and iterating the basic set of variations in damage types. So there's so much more acid and electricity in the game world now than there used to be, just because all of the creatures are getting variants with these modifications. I think they've gone a little overboard in that direction, but I don't know. Wasps are my only really annoying bugaboo right now. Absolutely hate those things. Hate them. I've talked about it. I've yelled about it. I've demonstrated about it. I hate wasps. Hey there, Maya Bravo. I'm right there with you. Can't stand those things. I am railing against the wasp invasion. They're ridiculous. Stupidly powerful, stupidly dangerous, and stupidly populous. They need to dial those things down and or both, lessen how many of them are out there in the world. Especially day one. There's a mod that lets you mix cereal with milk. Is that convincing? Nope. I know there's Cataclysm, there's dinosaurs in Cataclysm, there's all sorts of stuff. Some comment I saw on Discord the other day was something popping out of cookies or something that was on the ground that rotted. When things rot, is it sweet Cataclysm or something? Where when food rots, critters pop out, or I don't know. Not interested. If zombies stop being a threat, it's time to make some fairly radical changes to your game world settings. I see that pretty often. People are like, game's too easy, I can do this and do that and do the other thing. And when I ask them, they're playing on like default settings. It's like, come on. There's so many ways to make things more dangerous. That's why I post all that info in my videos, so you guys can get some ideas on how to modify your own worlds. Either copy mine if you'd like, or just use the info to modify them to yourself. I mean, fast forward, 2 years of evolution already has occurred. Go. You're not going to think that finding one rifle with some ammo is going to make a big difference in that environment when it's all Hulks and Skulljugs and Predators and so on. You've got to pair that, though, with forcing yourself into dangerous situations. When you get beyond the point of, how do I survive? So you've survived a day, you've survived a week, you've survived a month, you're clear with the basics of initial survival. When you get to that point, and you stop running out of challenges, you got to dial things up in various ways or restrict yourself from doing various things. So change up your gameplay. That's what keeps it fresh. You think acid ants take the most hated enemy for me? I don't know. Acid ants and fungus have both, in the past, I've had issues with them, but I learned to live with both, and they don't bother me anymore in any way. Once you know what their deal is and how to handle them and what benefits they can actually provide you, I think they're good. It's great to have acid ants, assuming you're not living where they are, so that you can travel to the acid ants who are invading a town, and then you can use the acid ants as a distraction or a killer for all the zombies. And as long as you stay a few steps away from most of them, they don't care about you. You can just run in and grab free loot all over the place. So, as usual, it's circumstantial. It's understanding the mechanics, understanding the environment, the circumstances, learning how you can take advantage of various things. So, I don't mind acid ants. Right up until the point where I boil my legs off and die screaming. Does your font's video still work? I've been meaning to change my font for a while. No. The reason for that is they made changes to where and how fonts are allocated. So now there's a different folder that you go and change, and you put in a path instead of just putting a name in. Where it can be. It's still easy to do, but I haven't updated the video to do it, so the fonts still work. It's just the process to use them is slightly different than it used to be. So I don't yet, and I haven't done it myself recently, so I forget the exact folder and the file name and all that, but still perfectly fine to do, just the process changed slightly. So that directly following my instructions is not going to work. Okay, looks like I'm not seeing too many actual in-game questions that I need to worry about, so let's pop out of here, quit that. I gotta switch over a few things, so give me a moment. Launch up Project Zomboid here. Come on, loading Lua. Load Lua. There it is. Okay, you go over to that side of the screen. You go capture a different game. Why are you not listing Zomboid? Well, that's interesting. My recording software doesn't want to see Zomboid. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. Let's go there first, then close that. We'll try to trick it. Hopefully without shutting down the stream. There it is. Successfully tricked. Ugh. Itchy ear, itchy ear. Okay, there is Project Zomboid, the front screen. What we're going to do is solo, and that one, a really CDDA. I've never tried it. I didn't test it beforehand. I know of it. I think I saw some video of somebody trying to do it, I don't know, a week or two ago, and it looked horrendous. But I don't have any idea of what's going to happen to me or what the effects are going to be or what. So we're going to die. We're going to die horribly. And quickly. And I won't understand half the time why I'm dying. You guys will have to educate me. But I am going to take another quick break before we do that. Let me double check a few more things here. Okay, I'll leave you on this screen for just a moment while I go do a quick break, and then we'll come back and we'll jump into Project Zomboid, or really CDDA. We'll cap off our celebration stream. So I'll be back there in just a few. There we go. I think we got everything set. I feel much better. Let's see. So what do we got? 4 hours of chatter and then 30 minutes of gameplay. For all of you folks that have hung around the whole length of time, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Can't wait to see the reaction to the whole 4.5 hour live stream when it gets shunted over to the VOD section. Okay, so Project Zomboid. Hopefully you've seen my Project Zomboid coverage here recently. I just started playing it a week or two ago, and I'm having a good time. Still lots to learn. I'm still a neophyte, a noob, and what we're going to do here is I'm going to play the CDDA-inspired challenge. Excuse me, a really CDDA. So, a challenge inspired by Real Bad Day from the awesome, wonderful, must-play Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead. So, you get out of the shower and fall badly, you're blind drunk, have a nasty cold, on top of this your house is on fire, today is definitely not your day. Alright, escape and evasion? Is it going to be possible? I don't know. So, for anybody that is familiar with this challenge, don't spoil me completely on what's going to happen. My question though is it a total random luck kind of thing if you survive, or is it possible to survive it routinely with knowledge and practice? That's what I'm curious about. Is this something I would be interested in doing semi-regularly for the challenge? Because I don't like just lotteries. I don't like, well, you got to have this random thing and this random thing and this random thing happen. I'm all for challenge, but not for total lotteries. So I'm curious for folks that have done this one regularly, what the impact is. You will die. I'm expecting that. I have no doubt. As long as I die hilariously, I am cool with it. Preferably, I'd like to die in such a way that I understand why, so I can build upon my knowledge and experience base, try to do things differently the next time. As long as I can figure out, or at least have some general idea of why I died, then I'm okay with it. You can survive 70% of the time if you know what you're doing. Alright, so we're going to start at 0% of the time. We'll go from there. Okay, let's just fire it up. Next. I don't really know. So far I've really just been doing my dexterous carpenter. That's the only thing I have any experience with. I don't know if another choice would be more or less helpful for this particular challenge. There's probably reasons why you would want certain things and not others, and all that good stuff. For the moment, I think we'll just stick with the one I'm familiar with. I wish to be dexterous. Alright, 0 points. Next, random. Leaf Ramsey. Alright, we can be Leaf Ramsey. Okay, here we go. I actually haven't played Zomboid in 4 or 5 days, so I'm going to be inexperienced and out of practice. These are the end times. I gotta work on my Rykon storytelling voice. That's what I need. Broaden my my voice horizons. I also have to figure out where my face cam needs to be. I haven't had the camera on in a little while. I've been going camless for the last few months. Hopefully it's not in the way. Okay, we're in. Everything's on fire. What do I do? What do? Sugar will save me. I hate that I can't get through this corner right here. Annoying. Magazine, newspaper. Alright, I need to pause. Alright, let's pause. Let's close this window. Zoom in. For those folks that have not been following my Project Zomboid stuff, us, obviously, mostly naked, and just got out of the shower. Apparently we're wounded and some other stuff. Our house is on fire. We got these moodlets over here. I got a bunch of bad moodlets. Red is usually bad. So we got minor bleeding. We're drenched, high chance of catching a cold. I think we already have a cold. We have a runny nose. We have pain. And, yeah, no, we're drunk. We're drunk. We're very drunk. So, I don't know how long that's going to last. That I can't do much about. Can't do much about any of this stuff, really. So, Another house nearby. I'm assuming just running out the door is going to be a fairly bad thing. I can't see my exact stats, so I don't know just how slow I'm going to be with these various effects, especially the drunk. Oh yeah, it's it's not a tank. It feels like a tugboat or a bumper car. I feel like I'm driving a bumper car. That's my pretty much my only real complaint about the interface or movement scheme is I don't feel like a person. I feel like a tugboat. All right. So what else we got? Oh, we have a deep wound. Holy crap! Yeah, we are really messed up. What did we fall through the shower? Through the shower glass of the door? Cut my is that the femoral? I forget. I don't know my human anatomy well enough to remember. Yeah, we cut something bad though. I got no clothes to tear up to make rags. We can rip down one of the curtains. You know, we do that in a few other games. Man, I gotta remember how to play the game. All right, let's close. Oh, nope, wrong option. Remove curtains. Hey, sheet, rip it up. Ripped sheet. Apply bandage to my groin. All right, so we've applied the ripped bandage. Let's go back to pause mode. I hear zombies approaching. So bandaged. I'm gonna grab the other one. We're gonna need to rip it up as well. And we're probably just going to go outside and start meandering around. I don't think I can afford to try to get to any part of the other part of the house. It might have been good to grab a drink of water. All right. Let the dying commence. Remove curtains. And let's go. Hey, zombie. Well, there's 2 bites already. Okay, messed that one up already. It's the pushing game. He's on fire! Do I burn myself if I push zombies that are on fire? Yeah, we're already gonna die. I foresee a lot of failing to run away. Go for the fence. Bad zombies. Bad zombies. They're so fast. I'm gonna set the forest on fire. That is loud. I gotta change the volume again. Ugh. Zombies. Let's pause it for a second. I gotta turn some. That heartbeat noise is gonna drive me nuts. Audio. Let's go general audio down a few. Ambient audio down a few. Try that. Then I also wanted to see what else did I get? Critical. Still lacerating, bleeding. Our groin scratch is now even worse. Yeah, I won't even get to apply another bandage. We'll be dead before I can even do that. I screwed up when I opened the door. I wasn't ready, as usual, and got bit right off the bat. Is this open? It's open! Zombies! Leave me alone! Really? I can bandage while moving? Who knew? I had no idea I could bandage while moving. I thought I had to stop. I never actually tried bandaging while running away. So, we're almost dead. This is our hit point total, by the way. If this hits 0, I'm done. So, we're about to die. As soon as those bandages, which they're going to wear off pretty quick. I'm trying not to sprint. I'm purposely avoiding it to save my strength. Alright. Let's try to get upstairs. I think there's zombies up here. Look at that. We got a room to ourselves. Alright, we can die in bed like a real human. Alright, how are we doing here? Dirty bandage. I don't have any curtains up here either. What did I press? Arrgh. I pressed an interface element to... Alright, what did I press? I got rid of my inventory. There it is. Nothing. Nothing. And now they're here. They're waiting for me. Alright, can we climb out the window? I've never tried climbing out windows. Ah, stop doing that. Whoa! How did I end up inside the house? That's funny. Oh, now we're done. Now we're done. It's still really loud. Alright. So loud still. What the hell, game? You not updating the audio settings when I tell you to? Apply. Accept. Alright, 1 hour! You killed no zombies. New character. Stick with the carpenter. Dexterous. Next. Play. Okay. No fire? Oh, it put me in the exact same world. No, that's not good. We don't want that. Let's see. Got to keep my sandbox game, of course. I want to get rid of that one. Alright, let's do a different one there. Stick with my dexterous carpenter. Next. Stanley Kuykendall. Stanley Kuykendall. Try to be a little better prepared this time when I open that door. I handled the door opening poorly. I should have gone out the window. This is how you died. Alright, come on. Hey, let's get a drink of water. Cooking pot, kettle, roasting pan. I can't fight with those. Bread knife, cigarettes, dish towel, a fork. Where's my spoon? I want a spoon. I don't remember which is better. I think it's the bread knife. Am I on fire? I'm on fire. I already waited too long. Where are the zombies? Pause. Alright, good old groin thing again, and we burned my face, burned my head. I didn't get any curtains that time to, you know, stop my groin wound. Hey, zombie. There's gonna be zombies everywhere. Oh, you can backseat all you want. I don't mind. As long as it's mechanics and directly pertinent backseating. I don't want to hear, oh, you need to do this so that you can survive such and such an event in 2 weeks or whatever. Directly applicable, current circumstances, backseating, have at it. When I'm actually playing, it's harder for me to keep track of chat, so don't feel slighted if I'm not responding. That's not good. That's not good. Alright, here goes the start of the chase. I need to, oh, they're in the house as well. I'm gonna die from that groin wound before I can get a bandage on it. Whoa! Yep, like I said, Kind of figured. Alright, that was short. Do I have to manually go kill these every time? I'm not sure if I need to manually go kill those every time. I warned you, a lot of dying. Alright, so I need to immediately get to the window, grab the curtains, chop them up, get the bleeding stopped, get outside the building. Well, I know tweezers are necessary to get the glass out of my flesh, but I gotta actually find some. They're not the most common option or item. I'd like to grab a knife or a fork or something too, but I wasn't expecting the fire to be that prevalent that quickly. Okay, in we go again. Same exact setup. What? I can't get out of this space without getting burned. Because I can't get through this intersection here. So now I'm burning. What the hell? Really? Is that the way this is intended? You're gonna be burning instantly regardless? That doesn't seem correct. Hey, we didn't get burnt. Alright. So we're out. It's foggy. That's helpful. Get rid of that. Let's try to get away from the building. I'm going to go north. Yeah. I miss having numbers. That's the other thing that it's part of the game design, I know, but I miss having numbers for things, knowing the values. They don't like to tell you numbers in this game. I see movement everywhere. So many zombies! Whoa, damn. So is the CDDA start got like double extra zombie population in the local area? Man, trying to navigate this stuff. Hey! Apparently I can't... I know I can hop over that. We're dead. Now we got even more. Yeah, we'll be bleeding out here pretty quick. Ouch! The density is way higher than I'm normally seeing. 70%, huh? Well, I mean, yeah, I'm sneezing, but the zombies are there regardless. I mean, yeah, it may move them towards me because the ones close enough can hear me, but they're there in huge quantities. Let's see. Let's keep getting rid of the old one. Yeah, if you've never seen Project Zomboid, don't take me playing it and dying repeatedly as any kind of testament to the quality of the game. This is an absurdly difficult scenario played by a rank newbie. Martin Power. Oh, that's a winning name. That's a winning name right there. I gotta get used to being able to maneuver and address my wounds simultaneously. Don't have enough practice at that. Alright. Yeah, same situation. I literally can't move without stepping on some fire. Yep. Ha, and there we go. We are officially on fire. Already limping. I don't get that. Is it always this exact same house? And this exact same setup? It just feels weird to me that I literally can't move it even from the first instant without getting possibly set on fire. That just seems really weird. This is not as entertaining as I was hoping, given my need to go through these menus over and over again, and how short these are. I thought I'd at least have a little more time to get some things done. Carpenter, dexterous. And then in a few weeks I'll come back to it and be like, oh, look how easy this is. Stomp, 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 winner. Darren Malloy. Maybe I'll have to watch some professionals do the challenge. Just run through the fire quick. That's the next plan. I was trying that time to wait it out and see, because earlier I'd seen some of the spots die out. I was hoping they would die out and I could move on to them before I myself caught fire, but that did not work that time. So we'll just sprint to this corner window, I guess. Try to grab the curtains and then get outside. See if I get caught on fire or not. Oh, see, that's ridiculously different. What a massive difference. That's crazy how different that is. Sheet. Rip up the sheets. I know I can try to remove the glass. Let's try. Let's try. Give it a go. There's no fire near me. And then ripped sheets. Well, I opened that for him. Fork. Quick primary. Get me out of here. Hey there, zombie. Yeah, this is massively different. Did I didn't accidentally pick a different scenario. I just can't believe the difference in zombie density and that fire effect. It's ridiculously different. Let's get a new bandage on real quick, see what we can find. I got no clothes, so how am I carrying things? I've got 11. Whoa! Hey, zombies. I expected a bit of a breaking glass noise or something there. I didn't get to loot as much as I was hoping for. Alright, so I'm coughing, they're hearing me. We're still burned, I still have the dirty bandage. I was hoping I could just clear the local area and the density would settle down a bit. I don't know the maps really well yet, though, so I don't know the best direction to go to find better opportunities. What the hell? Apparently I gotta not change. What is that? What is sticking out of the back of that person? Is that a spear? That looks like a knife spear. think I vaguely remember these areas. I need to get a building between me and some pursuing zombies. Well, without new ones showing up. That's not going to happen. Dirty bandage. Still. We're still losing hit points steadily. And my foot is bleeding. Yeah, I can push a zombie or two away, but I haven't found any spots where that's going to get me much so far. Most of the houses are populated. It's quite the crowd following me still. Oh, I'm not disheartened. I'm not... the only thing that disheartens me is the difference in starting conditions were extreme. That bothers me somewhat. I don't mind dying a lot. That's all fine. That's learning process. Uh-oh. Did I actually clear? Oh, I saw one there, and they are still coming. Ah, of course. Walked right into another batch. I was hoping I'd gotten to a clear point. But no, I'm not discouraged about the general difficulty. Alright, earlier I went right over the fence. Oh, I gotta be running to do that. But yeah, it was the extreme differences in the starting conditions. 3 or 4 times in a row there, it was fire everywhere immediately. And then this attempt, there was hardly any fire anywhere close to me, and I had plenty of time. I could have had plenty of time to grab items from the cabinets and make a little bit more prep. Part of the random, I guess. I gotta get more... I think I'm almost out of bandages again. That groin wound is just bleeding like a stuck groin. Whoops. I think I put a dirty rag back on. Dirty bandage. Yeah, we're out in the middle of nowhere now. I don't have buildings. This is the problem where I just don't know the map. I don't know where the buildings are. Turning around and pushing anything isn't going to get me anything. Just going to get me it. Ah, dang it. Every time I think I've gotten to a spot where I might be able to lose something, it's 20 more new zombies in front of me. Alright, let's push at least one zombie. There, I pushed a zombie. Give me one building that doesn't have zombies in it. Then, of course, I need enough time to be able to break the window, clear it of glass, and hop in. Hey! Yeah, there's zombies! I'm gonna get at. Yep. Come on, give me one kill! Ah ha! Victory! I can't go out this window. Here they come. Get me out. Ah, there's all the scratches. Nah, we're done. Alright. I tried to climb out on top of the broken glass. My feet got shredded. God damn, that is still so loud. This thing is not obeying my sound commands, my audio commands. I don't know what is up with it. Here. Make it 0. Let's turn it back up a little. We'll check it again later. Alright, I don't think I'm going to keep doing it. I'm not going to make any progress right now. I need more practice, obviously. I was curious, though. Wanted to see how it looked. That initial start is highly random, though. But, yeah, there's definitely more zombies in the world. Somebody mentioned it was set to insane. That feels more appropriate. I've traveled quite a ways that time, and there were still more zombies, so... I think my starting location was just vastly different. That's possible. Rushing bathrooms is the play. I do not disagree. I don't disagree. I so far haven't been able to catch a breather. It's just constant zombies, always right there. And breaking contact is my normal instinct, and I just can't do it. Can't do it. So being able to... having the interface be second nature and not be fumbling to press the right keys or look at the right places, and being able to remove and add bandages on the fly and knowing all the little tricks, that's going to be necessary for that one. Definitely not for the timid or the early in the play. So we'll put that one on the back burner for a little bit now that I've actually experienced it. So I am going to quit out of there. That's enough zomboid for now, and I think it might finally be time to wrap the stream up. We'll do a final round of any questions, and if not, I'll just, you know, politely suggest people support the channel if they have the ability to do so via any of the various means that I've talked about so far. And obviously, let me know your comments, concerns, questions. If you don't like what I'm doing, let me know. Just, you know, try to be polite. I don't mind you disagreeing with me or thinking I'm a big dummy head. That's fine. Let's just conversate about it. Like rational adults. No name calling necessary. Oh, well, you can call me big dummy head. I give you fair license. That's fine. I'll let that through. You going to play on Monday early morning with more PZ? I don't want to commit to that 100%. I got a bunch of stuff I'm trying to get done with the tutorial series. I want to try to make sure I get that done and out by next weekend. So I might use my early Monday time frame to work on that. And then I have my Cataclysm stream in the afternoon like normal. So it's fairer to say Tuesday I will play PZ. I know I'll have time available on Tuesday. So... tomorrow will be a day of rest and me working on the tutorial stuff and just channel background stuff. And then, yeah, so I'm not going to commit to PZ on Monday, but Tuesday, highly likely. All right, so, yeah, I think I'm going to wrap things up. I think we're good to go. Not too many different chatters going on any longer. Rem is hogging all of the chat lines. We don't want Rem to do that, so. How do you like the direction the game is going? You mean PZ? Because I don't have enough playtime in PZ to offer an opinion. I'm brand new to PZ. The sum total of my playtime, I think, is like 10 hours now, something like that. I'd have to go look, but it's not much. It's whatever I've put up on my YouTube channel for the most part. So I have no idea what direction it's going. I know the base game, and I know the the beta patch has added animation, more smooth animations and some other stuff, and it does not have multiplayer, and that's about the extent of my knowledge on the direction that PZ is going. I'm hopeful that I can get to a point where I can play well enough that when and if multiplayer for the beta patch or beta branch lands, that I will be worthy of joining such exalted individuals as AA or Cromulent or the other folks that habitually play quite a bit of PZ, so we'll see. That'd be fun. Love to play some multiplayer PZ. Where did Doggo at? Doggo is right outside the room in the hallway, sacked out, laying parallel against the side of the wall, absorbing the coolness of the wall, apparently. He is a napping, though. Bookmobile Lab Raid on Monday? Yeah. If you're up to date current on the Twitch side, then yep, we're about there. Yeah, Zombie Dog's usually not far. Occasionally he's downstairs on the kitchen floor. Sometimes Zombie Dog is here doing that, guarding the back door in the kitchen. So sometimes Zombie Dog is there. Sometimes Zombie Dog is there. And sometimes he's just, you know, over there by the fan. So, okay. Well, I think we're good to go. We had, what do we have? Like 4 hours of chat, 20 to 30 minutes of me getting horribly mutilated in Project Zomboid. So, I think that's a good ratio of chat to gameplay for this video. Thanks, as always, for your guys' time and attention, supporting the channel. It's greatly appreciated. I will work on the things I said I would work on and bring you the things I said I would bring, and we'll go from there. Have a great evening. Stay safe out there.